Вітаємо вас на всеукраїнському форумі «Україна 30».
Welcome to the All-Ukrainian Forum Ukraine 30. This week we are talking about healthy Ukraine. If you want to get involved into the creation of a healthy and successful country, join us. We are starting. The health of a human person depends on many factors: hereditary, environmental, medicinal, and for 60% the health of a human being depends on the way of life, sleep, nourishment, morning gymnastics or evening jogging. All this composes our life, physically and morally. How does the state care about the health of the nation? Get to know at the Ukraine 30 Healthy Ukraine Forum.
Вітаємо вас на всеукраїнському форумі.
Welcome to the All-Ukrainian Ukraine 30 Forum. Today and for 3 years in a row we will talk about healthy Ukraine. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I've been delayed a bit. We
Такий день дуже важливий.
did some cheerleading with kids and the head of the office. Everyone have a good, pepped up and healthy morning today at our forum. Instead of the traditional business style, we see the sports dress code. This is not by accident. Our today's topic, our further aim is that all Ukraine citizens are healthy, and for this, going in for sports is a key and necessary prerequisite. Of course, the issue of health has been important all the time, but in 2020, during this pandemic of COVID, it acquired a special status when everything else went to the background and health became the only thing that mattered. Of course, really, all this time we've been focused, first of all, on the counteracting COVID-19, and the main role in this counteraction is played by our medics, who the day before yesterday marked their professional holiday, and I think they got a very good present, the lowest number of COVID-19 cases for a year on this day. And we also vaccinated the record number of our citizens last week, 367 jabs. This is why I'm sure that we will overcome COVID. At the same time, it is very important to draw right conclusions and to emerge from this crisis stronger than we were, not to expect a new challenge, not to expect a new virus, in order to remember our own health, to have a good, well-trained nation. In order to do this, we've been conducting a large-scale work, and we are presenting our first results today. So we are launching the President's nationwide program, Healthy Ukraine, worked out by many specialists, by the Office of the President of Ukraine, together with 3 ministries, the Health Ministry, the Youth and Sports Ministry, and Education and Science Ministry, and specialists from other branches. The program is aimed at all age categories and groups of our population, but they all are aimed at achieving one main goal: which may be expressed in one sentence: Ukrainians have to live longer. It is known that the first step to overcome the problem is to recognize it. This is why, first of all, we all should become aware of regrettably sad figures. In Ukraine, the average longevity is 72 years. According to this indicator, we are in slot 115 in the world. But the scariest thing here is not the ranking, but the fact that the number of population of Ukraine is decreasing every year. In order to understand this threat, it is enough to calculate how many of us will be there in 10, 15, or 50 years if we do not change this situation. We shall do everything so that more Ukrainians are born and less Ukrainians die. In order to achieve this, we shall make the healthy way of life trendy, popular, and become, if not a national idea, then an inseparable part of our mentality and the style of life of our entire Ukrainian society. Everything should start from childhood. This is why the first component of our program is the model of a healthy school. 8 components to raise health and immunity of all the pupils in all the schools on the entire territory of our country. This is a new concept of lessons of physical culture, very popular among children, interesting ones. The reform of the school nourishment, which my wife is carrying out, a new school menu worked out by Ukrainian chef Yevhen Klavpatelko, useful and tasty, popularization of new sports section and circles, new online add-ons, applications where both pupils and their parents could find them and use during classes, and a lot to do so that our people become active and healthy from their early years and remain so when they become adults. Those who have graduated from school, for them is the next 2 stages, where the main aim is to reduce the number of non-timely deaths, where a lot is caused by non-infectious diseases, where oncology and blood diseases are very important reasons, and where diagnosing them is quite a problem. So for everyone who is older than 55, comprehensive medical checkups will be introduced every 2 years, and for some every year. The early diagnostics of diseases allows the state to save the lives of its citizens, spending less, but the main thing here is not money. It is chances to live. Same as early diagnostics is very important, the prevention of diseases is important. Almost 60% of reasons for deaths in Ukraine is the cardiovascular system diseases. Different factors of risk support this growth of. This is smoking, this is redundant weight, This is alcohol and incorrect nourishment. Regrettably, the way of life of one-third of adult Ukrainians includes several factors of this risk at the same time, and 75% of Ukrainians do not go into physical activity at all. This happens because of different reasons. For instance, because of the lack of modern and, importantly, free sports infrastructure. And another important thing is that this infrastructure should be next to your home. The third component of our program is called upon to change this situation, the creation of active parks and sports grounds all around the country. I emphasize all around the country, in every nook of our country. These are locations of a healthy Ukraine, where the goal is very simple: sports for everyone, sports accessible and interesting for millions of people, for millions of Ukrainians. This is an opportunity to do without expensive training machine, without a personal coach, wherever it is comfortable for you and whenever it is comfortable to you. To go in for sports together with our Olympic champion, with stars of Ukrainian sports, with the stars of our Ukrainian cinema, TV and music, to go in for sports together with them. And please, take a look, attentive look at the screen.
Всім привіт! Вас вітає програма.
Hello everyone, the Healthy Ukraine program welcomes you. If you want to have a healthy body and healthy spirit, put on your sports clothes and let's go to the park. Very soon every city will have such locations to train with a virtual coach. Find a tablet, train here, scan the QR code and choose the level of complexity. For me, this is a beginner. And follow the recommendation of your coach. Strength, flexibility, coordination, and agility. Remember to do a warm-up before the set of exercises. Just push the screen and see the set of exercises. And attention, the training is allowed only when you don't have medical contradiction. If there's a necessity, consult your physician. Plan your success. Do not delay. And train with satisfaction. This was PTP.
Скоро у парках твого міста.
Soon in the parks of your town.
Дійсно, я вважаю, що це
I do believe that this will be a breakthrough. I think it will be cool to go in for sports, to go in for sports with all the stars of Ukraine, both of show business and our respected Olympians and sports people of different level, different figures. And you see that this says that if any figure you have, any age you have to go to the park and take care of yourself, because you have to see your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. So, in sometimes thousands and tens of thousands of active parks appear in our entire country, in big cities and small settlements. So now, to go in for sports, to be healthy, you will need only a smartphone and desire. And I think that desire is priority. You will hear in detail about these directions in the course of this, our important forum. I think that this is just the beginning, and you interesting and important directions will appear in the program Health Ukraine, but they all will be possible only if you and all the citizens take active part in it. We, as Ukraine and as the society, have a lot of things that we have to do, and we have to be healthy in order to do this, and we have to live long. Maybe you have heard the phrase that health is not everything, but without it, everything is nothing. Let's have everything, let's be healthy, and this means be happy, and this means be successful, and this means we will be, as a nation, as a society, as a country. And let's do it without our favorite. We'll start from Monday, we'll start from Monday morning. Let's be in the tonus. Let's start now. Let's start. Everyone in Ukraine, let's be in the shape. And the main thing, let us be healthy. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, President of Ukraine. We invite you to further participation in the forum. Everyone who is watching the broadcast, I remind you that the All-Ukrainian Ukraine 30 Forum is the series of 30 forums dedicated to the 30th anniversary of the independence of Ukraine. And this week we dedicate our discussion to the topic Healthy Ukraine. So we will start with the national program Healthy Nation. We'll talk about Healthy Nation and human capital as the basis for building a successful country, about the model of healthy school and the development of draft laws aimed at making the nation healthier, and also about sports as a possibility for self-improvement for every person, not only professional activity, but as we've seen in our president's presentation, an available and accessible opportunity for everyone to go in for physical culture and become more energetic and healthy. Everyone who's watching us online at our site Ukraine30.com, you may see the announcements for our next discussions here, and more than that, almost every participant of these discussions will later talk to representatives of leading Ukraine's media so that they hear more questions and answers. This is a way we organize our forums. We raise important issues and give you answers, and I think that such a dialogue happens for the first time over the 30 years of our independence, when parliamentarians, international experts, and other important people talk about these important issues. And I invite to the rostrum Andriy Yermak, who's head of the Office of the President.
Esteemed President, our legendary sportsmen, I see many of you, our participants. Hi to you. From the first days of the work of the President of Ukraine, our team is engaged into building peaceful, happy, prosperous Ukraine with the highest standard of life. But this is impossible without one single condition. All Ukrainians are to be healthy. The need to take care of yourself has become so important during these years of pandemic. And we could feel it. We could feel that the health is a great value without which we cannot move forward. The President from the beginning, and we can feel it now, that the main thing is the life of every Ukrainian, and for happy life, health is required. That is why the presidential program Healthy Ukraine has been launched at the right moment. It's created so that the healthy life, healthy way of life has become part of the mentality of Ukrainians. The healthy spirit lives in a healthy body, and in that the sports, right nutrition, and the healthy way of life help us in that. The program Healthy Ukraine is for all age groups, and it is not just for Kiev, not just for Odessa, for Lviv or Kharkiv or Dnipro. This is the program which will reach every small town and settlement of Ukraine. That is why we have here very sports-like heads of regional administrations who, I'm sure, when they go back to their regional centers, will be promoting this idea and this program. I'd like to say that we are planning, and that is what the President has mentioned today, we are planning many different programs, many innovations, and first of all, it's about healthy nutrition. The President was talking about nutrition for our children. That's very important, and that program is in place already. We are planning to make sports accessible and affordable for everyone, so that every Ukrainian could feel that it's impossible to live without that, and it's for people from little age to down to very old age. We need to live long, to live happily, and I would like to thank you all. I wish you a very successful forum. I'm sure that it will be all going on with drive, because it's about sports and about Ukraine. In a few minutes, we will start our first discussion. There will be this series of presentations, national program, Healthy Nation.
Президент Володимир Зеленський. І вона стимулюватиме українців до здорового способу життя, а з іншого боку, розвиватиме інфраструктуру. Для дітей і підлітків – концепція здорової школи, а для дорослих – спорт просто неба. Людей старших за 55 років заохочуватимуть перевіряти стан свого здоров'я. Пенсіонери безплатно отримуватимуть від держави вітаміни для зміцнення імунітету. Упроваджуватимуть програму «Здорова Україна» Міністерство охорони здоров'я, Міністерство молоді та спорту і Міністерство освіти і науки. Серія із 30 масштабних щотижневих форумів України до річниці державної незалежності. Це великий діалог за участі влади, громадськості, міжнародних партнерів, українських експертів. Україна відкрито говорить і шукає рішення, збирає найкращий світовий досвід.
Ці форуми можуть дати відповіді на дуже важливі, хвилюючі запитання, що є опорами нашої незалежності.
Форум «Україна-30». В Україні розпочато масштабний проєкт «Активні парки». Він покликаний зробити спорт доступним для мільйонів людей різних вікових груп. З'явиться 10 тисяч спортивних майданчиків просто неба по всій Україні. На кожному тренажері буде QR-код. Просканувавши його, ви дізнаєтеся про комплекс вправ і як правильно їх виконувати. Активні парки відповідатимуть міжнародним стандартам безбар'єрного простору. В рамках президентських програм «Велике будівництво» та «Здорова Україна» у столиці на території ВДНГ буде створено масштабний спортивний кластер «Урбан Парк». У ньому побудують бетонний скейт-парк, майданчики для вуличних видів футболу, баскетболу, танців, воркауту і паркуру, скалодром, доріжки для бігу, столи для тенісу, дитячі спортивні зони. Усе безкоштовно. В Урбан-парку будуть проводитися різні заходи, батли та джеми вуличних культур, які допоможуть створити унікальну живу атмосферу. Яскравими, смачними і корисними. Із 1 вересня такими стравами годуватимуть школярів у їдальнях. Перша леді України Олена Зеленська презентувала нову систему здорового харчування у школах. Меню розраховано на 4 тижні. Містить 160 страв. Передбачає включення до раціону більшої кількості овочів, фруктів і м'яса, а також дієтичні страви. Дітям готуватимуть популярні страви різних кухонь світу. На тепер нове шкільне меню доступне на сайті МОЗ. Невдовзі в Україні з'явиться інформаційна платформа про здорове харчування. Це Всеукраїнський форум «Україна-30» і ми розпочинаємо
This is Ukraine 30 Forum, and we start our first discussion, and I give the floor to the moderator of this discussion, Olena Govarova, first Vice President of the Federation of Athletics of Ukraine. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Olena Govarova. I am an Olympic prize winner. I dedicated all my life to sports, and it's very responsible for me and a big honor to be the moderator at this program, at the program of the President of Ukraine, Healthy Ukraine. I spent all my life in sports, and based on my experience, on the experience of my colleagues, sportsmen, I know how important sports and physical culture are for the health of people. When do we think about our health? When we got sick, we don't remember that we have to take care of our health from little age. There is a Ukrainian proverb, we have health and we don't take care of it. When we lose it, we start crying. Everyone knows that it's easier to prevent a disease than to treat it. But many people don't take care of their health. As the President said, we all start from Monday. And I would like to remind you several figures which were already quoted. These are very important figures for us. The health of people depend on hereditary things by 20%. 20% is environment, and only 10% is the level of health care. But just think about that. 50% depend on the way of life. The health of a person depends on the way of life mostly, and it's 50% of that. How to make the healthy way of life fashionable, what to do so that it's within our blood and mentality, how to increase the lifespan of Ukrainians, how to get children interested in sports, what can we do, every one of us can do to make Ukraine healthier. That's what we will be discussing with our participants. The Minister of Health, Victor Leshko, the Deputy Minister of Education and Science, Vera Rogova, Olympic champion, Minister of Youth and Sports of Ukraine, Vadim Gutsai, Olympic champion, member of the Executive Committee of the International Olympic Committee, President of the National Olympics Committee, Sergei Bubka. Sergei Nazarovich, I know that you are now heading the Association of the Global Games of Masters. Greetings to you. Thank you for accepting our invitation. You've heard that the President launched the program Healthy Ukraine, and one of the components of this program is healthcare. But what is healthcare? It's not just treatment. First of all, that is conscious taking care and taking responsibility for your health. What is the state doing for that? Mr. Leshko, the floor is yours. Greetings to all. I wish you all good health. Today, I will be talking not about diseases, not about preventing diseases or treatment of diseases. I will be talking about prevention. Let's look into the future. In 40 years in the world, the health of 60 years old and 70 years old people and their productivity will be like those who are 50 have now. And this will be done not because we will invent some magical pills. This will be achieved because we all will understand how important the prevention is, the healthy nutrition is, how important it is to move, and this will all lead to a healthier person, and this will create a human capital which will positively influence the development of the country and the restoration of the nation. 60% of the productivity of the growth of economy depends on the health of people. When we are talking about 100% of growth, 70% depend on health, the health which is not lost, because 30% of lost of diseases, and you probably heard about the new program that the President mentioned. We are starting to construct new hospitals according to European principle, the hospital which will be comfortable for both the patient and the doctor, but that's for 30%. It's desirable not to get into the hospital. For that, you have to implement this program, Healthy Ukraine. And Healthy Ukraine is an objective to which we need to move, and everyone who's here, everyone who hears us, everyone who will join the program needs to understand that this is our conscious attitude to ourselves, to be healthy for the benefit of Ukraine. According to McKinsey, in the next 20, 30 years, 8% of the economic growth will be happening because of improvement of the health of people on the planet. We are losing 15% because people die early. COVID also because of COVID, we lost 6% of the economic growth because so many people died because of this disease. But we need to move forward and look into the future. If we look at the development and growth of rich countries and poor countries, the rich countries are advantageous because in rich countries, people are very conscious in respect to their health, and their active years of life are longer there. People continue to live actively, and this is what benefits the country and the economy of their countries. Let's remember the stadiums of the tour of Eiffel Tour. You will see the tourists who travel, active years of life, tourism, walks. That is what helps us to preserve life, and that is the investment into the development of our countries. The health today is part of different indices which talk about economic growth, about development of the country, and Ukraine, according to the indices of the health, is lagging behind. In other indices, we are looking quite well. So the task of Ukraine is to create a capable, healthy nation, and the presidential decree, which was signed on the 2nd of June, and it was on the strategy of human development, has a big part dedicated to not treating diseases, but to taking care of our health. And we have to think about healthy Ukraine starting from the birth of child. We need to think about healthy nutrition, that's new program, physical activity in schools, that's new program. We are talking about active parks. We are talking about screening of non-infectious diseases, which will be implemented for everyone, so that once in 2 years, and for some nosologies once a year, every person starting from 55 is doing it. We will launch the patient's office, which will allow India application to register all the medical examinations, their results, their dynamics in the result of these examinations. And this will motivate the medical worker and the person to take care of their health. But for those who, because of different reasons, will be losing their health, we are expanding the program Affordable Medicines, which will allow to reduce financial expenditures of the families of the patient. That is why health and nutrition, physical activity, getting rid of harmful habits, that is your contribution into the development of our Ukraine, and that is contribution into your health. Don't get sick. Let's do it together. Let's do it for our own health. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. The state does a lot for us to be healthy, and our main goal is to take care of ourselves, of our health. And you should start to take care of yourself from your childhood years. Today, almost 90% of school and university students have deviations in their health. What to do with this? How the model of the healthy school is going to be introduced? Deputy Minister of Education and Science Vera Rogova knows about this. Thank you. We are happy today to join the large-scale presidential project Healthy Ukraine, because this is the biggest value for every person. This is why the Ministry of Education is working out the roadmap now. But before we present this model, which is composed of 8 components, we want to talk about the interaction of all the central bodies, branches of power, of self-regulatory bodies, of bodies of students and parents. I want to invite you to have a look at a short video where the healthy school model is presented, and 8 components pertaining to the health of our children. School is more than just a place for learning. This is 11 years of influence on intellect and habits and all this. The model of new school is a systemic approach which allows to transform school into the space of health for you and your children. The education space is inclusive and prospective. It promotes healthy relations. Kids are learning to take care of their health and the health of other people there. And the general atmosphere promotes the sports lessons and sports education. The medical worker of the education institution helps people to take care of them. School psychologist supports in complicated situations and takes care of mental health of people. And teachers are examples for students, and the school community is the place where families and individuals meet. And in the context of this, I would of course dwell upon the most important aspects that are being very widely introduced by the Ministry of Education, together with the Office of the First Lady and with the education workers in our entire country. This is a large-scale reform of school nutrition. Very regrettably, for 30 years, no one has paid attention to this problem, although everyone was aware of it. And at the moment, thousands of schools have been renovated. They have modern equipment, they have modern chefs, but of course we have other problems in sight, and we thank our international partners and governmental bodies who have worked out a contemporary menu and nutrition norms which give us grounds to make a person in school happy. This year we have 1 billion hryvnia allocated by the state, and we can also allocate money to some regional administrations, and regional administrations can allocate their own money to different schools, and the state has allocated 400 million hryvnia for making schools safe, and 96 million hryvnia were allocated by regional state administration. We have two national strategies on the safe educational environment, which provides for a development of the roadmap where the health and safety of our children is concerned, and also for barrier-less environment. We have very inclusive state of education now because it has grown more than fivefold. We have 25,000 such kids in inclusion instead of 4,500 that were there previously. And the national strategy provides for a set of measures that we shall implement so that children are healthy and happy in our school. I would like to dwell also on the physical activity of our children, and then tomorrow my colleague will tell you more about innovatory lessons and the things that we have done so that children are healthy in our schools. Recently, in a stadium in the Zhytomyr region, a massive all-Ukrainian measure took place, which became a launch of a all-Ukrainian campaign. Movement is cool. We have conducted a large TV hook up. They have not only run for 1,000 meters, everyone ran from young to mature people. And of course I would put a teacher in the center of all this, because it is teacher who has to generate innovative ideas, and that's why we pay huge role, a huge role to our teachers. You know that they have supplements in their salaries, in particular our PT instructors, and we would like that the most professional, the most talented PT instructors are responsible for the health of our children. On the 24th of June, the Minister of Education will present the National Educational Technopark, where the priority element is the safe education environment. And this pertains to the 8 components of the Healthy Ukraine program. And all the workers of education and leaders and managers of local bodies of education will discuss this. Thank you very, very much, sincerely. I cannot but ask, will we be able very soon to see an everyday PT lesson in our schools? The Minister of Education is working out a roadmap, and the priority is that we will have intervals for physical activity, not only during our physical training lessons. We have a state standard which provides for time for this, and we have new programs that is being worked upon in the new Ukrainian school aimed at the development of our children. It is impossible to separate health from sports. Popularization and support for the healthy way of life is a key task of the government. Quite a lot has been done in this direction. I know that the new strategy for physical culture and training is already working, but we shall not stop at this. And I ask Vadim Gutsait, who is the Minister of Sports and Youth, to tell about this.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Every time when we have a meeting headed by the Prime Minister of Ukraine, I tell everyone, hi from sports. I would like to tell you about legislative activity, what we have managed to do in a brief time. The draft law, which provides for affordable conditions for our children sports clubs, children and youth sports schools and federations. That is, I would like to remind you, the leasing of the premises should take place only at Prozora platform, which is correct from the economic point of view. But we need to understand that providing services on sports and physical culture does not generate the profits which will allow to compete equally. But the social significance of such work is great, and our duty is to create conditions so that more children clubs and children sports schools are open, so the children can go in for sports and have a healthy way of life. And we need to transfer these premises for such purposes without any competition, without any tender. We also offer some amendments to in the law to organization of sports and physical culture. We will open up opportunities for clubs to be easily opened locally. This is a very convenient form of work in communities. Opening the clubs of different forms of ownership will be very important for the development of sports in the regions. And we are working on these amendments now. And the third important draft law directed to create civilized and inclusive market of physical and health-improving services is the draft law of Ukraine on social state standards and social state guarantees. These amendments will allow us to approve the list of services, the indicators of accessibility and quality of such services. And what is very important today, also the norms of providing sports equipment and facilities for the population. Our work in implementing of that is very important. Many initiatives are being implemented under the existing legislation. The social project, Active Parks, which was launched by the President, is among them. We work to create a very good foundation for positive changes in our sector. Thank you for attention, and I will tell you later about our strategy for next year. Thank you, Mr. Minister. A lot of attention is now paid to Olympic Games, and the question is, are we ready for Olympic Games? Is everything ready for the Olympic Games? Yes, I will tell you, everything is good, everything's fine, but realistically, the state provided everything for our sportsmen. The funding was increased. You know that it was a record budget for training of our national team for Olympic Games. Now our Olympic teams are being trained, their training facilities, they were vaccinated, about 70% of them were vaccinated, and we are controlling all that. It is very important for us that our sportsmen are healthy, and also we need to respect Japan, where we will go, so that we participate there with all the dignity. And I would like to see many new faces of our Olympic champions. Okay, thank you. Now
I want to invite to discussion the Olympic champion, representative of the world government of sports, a person who does not only know all the global trends, but he also sets them. Mr. Bubka, the floor is yours. Thank you, dear Mr. President, dear ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. I'm very pleased to take part in the presentation of the President's program, Healthy Ukraine. We have been waiting for this for a very long time. When we meet kids, school children, I ask them always, what's the biggest value you have, the biggest treasure you have? And you know what I want to hear from them? This is the person's health. If a person is healthy, they can plan anything. They can set a goal and achieve this goal. That's why today this program is really very important. It is important for the high achievement sports. It's also important for mass sports, for the sports for everyone. What does sport give us? It unites us all, and the goal of your program, I see it clearly, to unite the country, to bring up a healthy, successful nation. And I'm sure that if we unite our efforts, we will be able to do this. Several years ago, I was making a presentation, and I found information from Britain, how much money they use for the health of the nation, and they had a clear-cut example. If we invest £1 in sports, we save £8, which we otherwise would use to cure diseases of our citizens. And this is really so. What I would like to point out additionally, we see today clearly that the sports infrastructure is being rebuilt now, and we've seen this when the president was presented this program. It is accessible for everyone, for outstanding great sportsmen, sportspeople, for everyone where they live, for a kid in a kindergarten or at school. And this will provide a huge impulse. For me, as a person who devoted his life to these sports of high achievements, I'm sure that new Ukrainian stars will grow within this system who will represent our Ukrainian sports and our country. Then the massive character and the interest of people arises, emerges. We need heroes of sports. We have stars because it is their examples that interest our kids, and we teach the parents to support our Olympic champions, to shout for our sports people. I'm overjoyed now. When I come to a park, you see people are jogging. They are jogging on their own. There are also collective runs and family runs. Today, you see some movement that was not here 20 years ago, and this will strengthen the health of our nation. What I wanted to say from the side of the great sports, our stars of the sport should be ambassadors of this program, with their own example, with their own action. But also, I believe in this program, but I would like to raise once again the topic that we have to return sports into the media. We should return sport to the television, so that we see not only Olympic Games, but championships of the world, Ukrainian championships, because this will influence this program and the health of our nation. Dear colleagues, I look at what's happening in the world, and there was a resolution of the United Nations by the end of last year, and the G20 summit that have clearly supported the huge role of sports and physical education. And now, in the COVID and post-COVID period, this is an opportunity to save the people, to save their psychological state. I'm very grateful that we are gathered here together, grateful for the launch of this program by Mr. President. The Olympic community will support this, and I ask everyone, implore everyone, tomorrow to join the Olympic Day, because tomorrow will be the birthday or the anniversary of the Olympic Committee. Last year, digitalization gave an opportunity to involve 500 million people in marking this day. So I implore everyone tomorrow to join the Olympic gymnastics exercises and live in a healthy, beautiful and healthy and successful Ukraine. And we will do everything possible so that our nation is healthy. Thank you. So let's sum up. The post-coronavirus world needs sport. Humanity has understood this. The sport has to be with us every day. The situation with Ukrainians' health requires changes. We understand this very well. Health depends first of all on ourselves. A person today is used to hope for the power of medicine, but not for their own body. Academician Amosov said that your own efforts should be applied to staying healthy. It can be replaced. And this also has a huge significance for the prevention of cardiovascular diseases, of diabetes and other diseases and illnesses. Let's move more. Let's eat healthy. Let's change and take care of ourselves, because the state is doing everything so that we have such an opportunity. Mr. President, we have for very long waited for this program. Thank you very much for this initiative, which is very timely in our country. Thank you for attention. And I thank the participants in this conversation and invite them to the press hall to talk to our media. And in a couple of minutes, we will start another discussion dedicated to health for everybody, for the unity of Ukrainians in the healthy way of life.
Це всеукраїнський форум «Україна-30», і ми далі продовжимо говорити про здорову країну і поговоримо про спорт для всіх, об'єднання українців навколо ідеї здорового способу життя. Передаю мікрофон модераторці цього обговорення. Це Власа Шовковська, засновниця All-Ukrainian Ukraine Одеса, телеведуча. Бажаю плідного обговорення.
Доброго дня. Зараз ми зачекаємо, якщо звук є. Доброго дня, шановне панство. Дуже рада всіх вітати. У нас сьогодні щасливі спортивні дні. Тож розпочинаємо другу сесію «Україна-30». Мене звати Власта Шовковська. У 42 роки я стала чемпіонкою світу на відкритій воді. Я проплила свої 5 кілометрів на Oceanman.
I covered my 5 kilometers at Oceanman, and that was one of my best adventures. I felt myself happy, and then when I was in a Spanish town with Ukrainian flag above my head, and I was a prize winner, I was dreaming that once in my country the competition of the same standard will be taking place, and I will see hundreds of happy Ukrainians who will be united by the desire to be happy and healthy, so that in any age they can dream and they are able to overcome any obstacles on the way to their dream. I needed 5 years for this dream of mine to come true. And this is how Oceanman Ukraine Odessa appeared in Ukraine. Now there are hundreds and thousands of us. And I can tell you that Ukrainian team of amateur swimmers is one of the biggest in Europe. We travel all around the world. We are ambitious. Every year we set new tasks for ourselves. Hundreds of Ukrainians represent our Ukraine, and Ukrainian flag is hoisted more often. And I have another dream, and I'm sure that all those present here will share it. I would like to see my country strong, healthy, active, and sportive. I would like to see healthy, beautiful, handsome people next to me. The way to large dreams starts from a small step. I am concerned with the fact that sports is taking not the best place in the life of our Ukrainians. Only 17% of Ukrainians are involved into mass sport, and you will understand that is many times less than in other countries of Europe or the world. But I'm sure that we will achieve this ambitious goal, and we will get our efforts united. The sport should become the ideology of success, of power and patriotism. The healthy way of life should become an important element of Ukrainians. We have professional sportsmen, trainers, journalists, public figures in Ukraine, and we understand that the main factors of sports achievements is strong motivation and professional training. I am convinced that these factors are so important for the development of mass sports. And to develop mass amateur sports, our country needs to attract famous sportsmen, famous people to that. And another thing which unites us all, I want to create a big information promotion campaign which will have information about any competitions taking place in our country. We should have such a map that every Ukrainian pushing some button could see what's happening in our country, which sport he or she can get into for in any age. Because amateur sport should be open for any person. This mobilization is important, and we will get mobilized around this idea. That's of interest for me as participant and organizer of the competitions. And that is all who are sure that mass sport is one of the components without which the development of the nation and successful country is impossible, is important. We need to disseminate the story of success of our professional sportsmen and amateur sportsmen. Sports is the motivation, discipline, and our global mission and task is to help create new Ukraine by developing the mass sports and educating the generation of healthy, patriotic and successful people. And I would like to introduce our guests. I have a male panel here. All are very ambitious. We'll be talking about the strategy of development of physical culture and sports, about the program Active Parks, and about the development of infrastructure. The project of the President, 25 sport magnets. Sergei Matvienko, advisor of the head of the Office of President, Vadim Gutsat, Minister, Vadim Danilchenko, fitness trainer, co-author of program Active Parks, Igor Valitsky, director of the Center of Physical Health of Population, Denis Minin, head of Strict Workout Ukraine Organization, Pavlo Zamostyan, deputy representative of UN Foundation, and Dmitro Chernitsky, founder of Run Ukraine program. Good afternoon, dear program, dear participants. Sergei, we'll start from you. Active way of life. What do we expect what results we expect to see and when after the program is implemented? I am so pleased that we are here. I don't need to tell you about many things which I would have been doing if it were a different audience. I will talk to you not as a presenter of some topic. I will try to explain the logic of the program, and maybe in the discussion you will add some important factors. Maybe we missed something and we will add it to our program. But if I manage to convince you in this logic, then you will be able to convince the executive authorities, institutions, schools where you teach that this program is important and it is to be implemented. I will be speaking Russian, I'm sorry, because it's easier for me to speak Russian, and I will stand up, if I may. To explain why are we launching it, let's just okay. We need to understand what is the score, talking in the language of sports. We need to understand who are our rivals, and we need to develop the methods and the means that will help us win. I will quote some figures. Mr. Zelensky said that our average span of life is 72 years, 67 years for men and 77 for women, and the average is 72 years. The men live less, and there's a reason of that. I analyzed it, and I will tell you what it is. This figure allows us, or forces us, to take 115th position in the world and 46th place in Europe, which is the last one. We need to understand what affects the life expectancy, and we need to understand what is the dynamic of this indicator. We lost 314,000 of our citizens last year, and that is 25% more than in 2019. And I understand that this rate, which is 25%, is now closer to 30%. if this trend continues, you will see that that is quite a dangerous situation. It's an awful situation. At this rate, we have only 400 years of the human capital. Maybe in 100 years there will be only immigrants residing in this territory. So Ukraine is in negative dynamic. The methods and means are not enough that exist. Plus to that, there are different infectious events. Now it's COVID, tomorrow it could be something else that the humanity is not ready for. And that is why we need to develop some new methodologies of counteracting this mortality to at least stop this curve which goes down. To understand what puts Ukrainians into grave, we need to look at the structure. 85% of deaths happen because of infectious diseases. 66% die because of the blood circulation system problems, and 12% because of tumors, oncology. This is the information taken from public sources. If we look at non-infectious diseases, which account for 87% of the mortality of people, then we understand what is the face of our rival. All these deaths is a rival which wins now. I looked at the statistical data per 100 Ukrainians who died. Ukrainians give birth to 37 children. Last year, it was 50 newborns against 100 of those who died. But now, and the score was, so to say, 1-2, but now the score is 1-3. And the program Healthy Ukraine is not to entertain us and to have us engaged into something, but it is to rescue us. We are here to address very serious problem. When someone tells me, I am a patriot, and the person just kills his health, then I look at this person and I think, okay, the person is a patriot but wants to get into this category of the statistical data of mortality. So what do we suggest to do? To understand what leads to strokes and heart attacks, we need to understand what are the reasons why the person gets sick. The Ministry of Healthcare made research, and in 2019 they published the results. In 2020 they published the results which show the factors of risks. And these are the risks which lead to the diseases of the cardiovascular system. Here you see them on the screen, and the first one, which accounts for 73%, is hyperdynamic factor. 70% of the population of Ukraine are urban population. It's very convenient to live in this city. The car will take you to your place of work. The lift will take you to your floor. And the urban population doesn't move a lot, and that's a problem. How to address it? My colleagues will tell you. We have a plan, including the presidential program Active Parks. We need to fight against hyperdynamic. We need to do that not like we were doing it before, organizing some events or festivals, but we need to do it 30 360 days a year. And the idea of Healthy Ukraine is a daily training sessions for population of all the age categories. And the recommendations are 150 minutes a day. Every person, adult, 150 minutes per week, And we developed a special program which will allow every Ukrainian to do that physical activity. Children have to spend 300 minutes per week in physical activity, and the program Healthy School, which will be presented tomorrow, means that there will be more physical culture lessons. I am the teacher of physical culture, and I understand what's happening in schools now. Our youth is not so much interested in the physical activities, but we'll be introducing dozens of new programs into the structure of the physical training lessons, and this will make these lessons more attractive, and children will be more attracted by a healthy way of life. Now I would like to tell you about these minutes. We need to take 150 minutes, so it's 150 minutes per adult and 300 minutes per child.
The next risk factors are partly emanating from the lack of physical activity. This is overweight and fat, high cholesterol, obesity, of course. And the lack of physical activity leads to this indicator of mortality directly, partly because our Ukrainians are not well informed about the damage that these risk factors inflict. We will inform you on this about the fact that if you do not engage in enough physical activity, this leads to certain diseases and illnesses. Then tobacco smoking, alcohol consumption, not enough fruits and vegetables consumed. The state has worked out several programs for the prevention of the spread of alcohol, for fighting smoking. I won't dwell on them at the moment. I have just shown you the factors that kill Ukrainians together. We shall understand that the Healthy Ukraine program is not just the physical activity, it's also the need to remove hazardous habits from the life of Ukrainians because they kill people. The main goal of the program, as the President said, is the objective indicator. This is the raising of longevity of Ukrainians because the untimely early mortality will be reduced. What are the mechanisms to implement this program? First of all, this is the work with people aged 7 to 16 in schools. We are modernizing the work of schools together with the Ministry of Education. The school model will be a comprehensive set of events and measures together with the modernization of nutrition. Fantastic work was done by the Ministry of Health about the work of the school nurse. She will perform more functions, or he will perform more functions, we will try to make a very important and influential person in the school out of the position of medical nurse. I think that in America those people have more influence than in other schools, that our schools do not have sometimes this position. Cyberbullying and the adolescent problems that arise with connected to the new change in the world and the development of different social platforms. So the model of the school, composed of 8 components, is our method, is our means that we want to use to promote the healthy way of life, which in the future will allow these future Ukrainians not to fall into traps that were there for our previous generations. And I think that we will be able to equip our children with the knowledge and understanding of the importance of the healthy way of life, so that Ukrainians who fall under the influence of the factors that destroy population do not fall under this influence in the future. With the adult population, we have worked out and will be implementing the program Active Parks. It's about those 150 minutes of activity per week. So a Ukrainian would not think what they will do in a park. They should go to the nearest park, go to the specially branded bench, take out their smartphone, scan the code, and get the set of exercises. A Ukrainian should perform this set of exercises and then go and continue to do anything else. This will very much simplify the solution, resolving the question, I don't know what to do, what shall I do? Igor will tell you about the mechanism, about how it works, but the idea was to fight and overcome the major factor of risk, hyperdynamics. Third, the implementation of a set of coordinated actions aimed at the early detection of diseases. Of course, then we will have much more chances to cure this disease, and these programs have been written down quite a long time ago. It's there in the paper, but with the help of this program, I want to raise the information awareness of these programs, of those programs that are already available for Ukrainians, but these programs are not implemented. In a personal room of a Ukrainian, you can go on a list with your family doctor and go to different tests, absolutely free, and detect any threats early. And with the help of uncomplicated correction, you can avoid the complications of these diseases and illnesses, so we will be able to remove this mortality, including cardiovascular diseases. So this looks like this as a set of measures. We are working with children, we are working in the streets, we are working in recreation centers. With adult population, we do not allow the disease to develop to the state when it is hard to cure. So this is the brief outline of the program under the umbrella of Healthy Ukraine. What's there else? What else is there? There will be a special presentation on the index of health at schools, a special presentation on active parts from Igor Balitsky, and as far as
по сотрудничеству с Министерством здравоохранения
Cooperation with the health ministry is concerned. We'll have it on the third day, again a presentation, so there will be a chance to tell in more detail about the tasks that we are implementing. This is it. Very interesting, very big, very ambitious programs. I don't even want to ask when do we have to expect the first results. Let's start. Let all together support this program, and then everyone will be involved, so that not only Sergei presents us this program. So I think that we will meet again in a year, and we will have more to talk about. Mr. Volodymyr, the Minister, Vadim, Minister for Youth and Sports of Ukraine. I've been always pleased to talk to you for over 20 years now. I know that you have new information about how the strategy of physical culture and sport will develop in the future. I remember our first interview 20 years ago. You are a specialist in sports.
I would like to thank all the heads of regional administrations, and I want them to hear me now. The heads of departments and all experts who work in sports. Because recently I've been traveling a lot. I communicate to local civil servants, to those who are heading the sports departments in regions, and many ask what to do, how to develop sports, how to develop mass sport, so that sportsmen go to international competitions. And I'm pleased to see the heads of departments. Without you, the ministry can do nothing. Without you, this program, Healthy Ukraine, will not work. Without you, without local authorities, mayors, heads of regional authorities, heads of departments who work with the ministry, we will do nothing, either in the program Healthy Ukraine nor in mass sports, without people like Sergei Kanyushok, who's developing mass sport. He's doing a lot for the program Strongman. Only together we can do this, and we can make Ukraine sportive. And I would like to read you about the strategy. So when I visit you and we see what sports facilities you construct, you shouldn't ask me what is there in this strategy, what should be done, what are your plans, and what we together can do. I understand that me as a minister, it's difficult for me to do something in a year and difficult for you. But we have time to start the strategy. It's not just written for Vadim Gutsai, the minister. There were some rumors that the minister wrote the strategy just for himself. The strategy is for 8 years for every minister who will be working in the ministry. And I'm sure that you will do what will work after you in your regions. It's no secret that physical activity equals health, but why so few Ukrainians are into sports now? And the studies confirm that physical activity reduces the risks of different diseases, oncology and diabetes as well. Also, the sport supports our psychic health, mental health, and that positively affects our self-assessment and our mood. It doesn't matter how old are you. It is important to maintain your physical activity all your life. The team of our ministry is very concerned with the situation in this sector. When we started developing the strategy till 2028, we saw real figures. Just 15% of the population are engaged into physical activity, and according to WHO, Ukrainians are holding the 93rd position in the world, and we need to do maximum for Ukrainians to become healthier and our country becomes a sportive country. But how can this be done? We communicated to population, to sportsmen, to trainers, to MPs, to the whole sports sector when we were drafting the strategy. We need to have a comprehensive approach so that the cities in all the regions are getting united and so that they promote the sports sector. That is why we get united from the first day with territorial communities. The family, based on my own experience, I know if a father and mother are in sports, for example, like in my family, then children will also follow the example. For us, it's very important to create active family activities. And that would mean that the family will become stronger, and that will mean the health of not just one person, but of the whole family. And one more priority is to create more activities where everyone can participate. And this will cover both younger and elder generations. I will be open. In many regions, there are no centers for physical activities, but we will renew the activity. We understand it, and we understand that modern Ukrainian is not interested in some entertainment of Soviet times. We need some things like the presidential program, Active Parks, location for healthy Ukraine. Active Parks will cover all the communities and will create conditions for all the population to get involved into active sports. And this way, everyone will be able to become healthier. And I am pleased to see that you are not reading something in your smartphones, but you are all listening. It is important to have a proper infrastructure for all of that, and we communicate with many of you about how to renew the sports infrastructure. And that's not just for the national teams, but for children's schools. It is important to create the infrastructure, to reconstruct the schools so that children have a place where to go in for sports. Last year, the program of the president was launched, 25 sports magnets. And that means that in every region there will be some so-called sports magnets created. I would like to have such multifunctional facilities constructed in every region. The president asks me at every meeting, who is not creating this infrastructure, who is doing nothing. I was pleased when this year we moved money to the fund and we received about 123 applications to restore sports facilities in the country. 11 were selected. 8 regions have already received these magnets last year. Besides that, in 2020, we reconstructed and constructed 180 facilities all over the country. And I am pleased to say also that the money we still have 10% of funds left, and they will be spent for this infrastructure. The 80 million hryvnias were allocated for the development of sports infrastructure in Ukraine. That means that all these facilities will be for Ukrainian and international competitions. And that's where people will be able to get engaged into mass sports. All these facilities will be constructed in 2021-2023. 5 facilities will be finished this year. That is Donetsk, Cherkasy, Kirovograd, Poltava, Zaporizhia regions. Next year, we'll be trying to increase this subvention up to 1 billion hryvnias because Ukrainians need this modern sports infrastructure. The strategy is not just about construction. The Ministry of Youth and Sports of Ukraine is implementing the plans on digitalization of the sports sector. The strategy has one of the priorities, which is development of digitalization. This year, we managed to raise money and to start developing 2 electronic systems which will help us overcome the biggest corruption risks in this sector. And that is the electronic system of electronic register of sports facilities. We plan to start these works or to accept these works in autumn this year. The ministry is also working with open data, which allows us to make our system more transparent and more accountable. This year is very important for all of us because Olympic Games will start soon. The priority of our strategy is to prepare our sportsmen for global events, to organize scientific support of preparation and training of sportsmen, prevention of doping use, and also conducting international sports competitions on the territory of Ukraine. When we open the magnet of the president in every region we'll be able to organize international competitions. Also, we will provide the qualified personnel. We have the rector and of the university, Mr. Imas, and we do need high experienced trainers and experts in the sports sector. We have done the following. We submitted the proposal to the president as to celebrating the Day of the Trainer. We increased the norms of supplying different sports equipment for training for the Olympic Games. We are preparing the sportsmen to participate in the Olympic Games. In 2021, 1.2 billion hryvnias are allocated for organizing the events on preparing the for Olympic types of sports. The Ukrainian Center of Sport Medicine, which is so important for our sector, has been also prepared and is ready to start working.
350 scholarships were founded by the decree of the president and for young athletes in Olympic kinds of sports, and the size of scholarships of the Cabinet of Ministers has been increased by threefold, almost threefold. But this is only a beginning. And only working together we can do something further. And in the end, I want to address the representatives of media, friends. You are entrusted with a huge mission. Help us to popularize the sports. Tell us more about sports. Do not talk about me or the minister or the next minister. The main thing is that you tell us how physical activity is important. Tell us about our Olympic and Paralympic Olympians. And our stars have as much chance to become an example for our younger people as modern superheroes. Thank you very much. As usual, I have a lot of questions for you, but the broadcasting group asked us to be concise. Mr. Vadim Danilchenko, fitness coach and co-author of the program Active Parks. Yeah, we are not used to sitting. Today there was quite a lot of criticism, and I am sure that you all want to hear what we have started with, because the idea is, the beginning is the most important thing in every program. The Active Parks started from our communication with the President when we thought how Ukraine will be able to implement the tenets that are there already in some other countries who are ahead of us manifold as far as economy, medicine are concerned, but we always had good ideas that we just had to implement. I'm a father of 2 children. Every one of you has kids. And when we think about our kids, we're thinking about dignified upbringing. And it is possible when the physical culture is one of the bases on which the education and growing of a child is founded. Active parks allow us to raise healthy children and hence healthy Ukraine. Today we talked a lot about sports and physical culture, and we, people who understand what's the difference between them, we should explain that active parks are for improving the massive physical culture because it leads to healthy population. So the program started with the fact that everyone has children, president has children, whoever does not have children, God bless you to have children. When we think about them, we think that we need healthy children. And healthy children is the program Healthy Ukraine. If we take the minimal statistics that I am not going to show you, and I do not switch on my presentation, I would like you to feel the emotional background against which the program was born. A huge team worked on it. Because we worked a lot, we found that we were lacking communication with our kids. And this is the aim of Active Parks program. Just imagine that you and your kids and their grandmother, grandfather, the 3 generations go into the park. They are in one location, and everything is done for them all, so that they can absolutely, and with the use for themselves, train and engage in physical movement activity, because we know that movement is health. So what we have put into this program? Training with account to your age. When we, in 3 generations, enter the active park, we have time for everyone to train as they want and then discuss what they have done. All this time, the entire day off, you can spend in your one great family. This was one of the key strategies for developing the program Active Parks. We had a huge question how to unite the generations, because as of today, and I'm talking responsibly, there's no similar project in the world where a park would contain training routines calculate for every generation and locations that allow everyone to find what they need. Today, we've seen this at our forum, and I'm very much grateful to those who have not left this hall after the president has left. Sergei Bubka, an outstanding personality in the world track and field. Олена Говорова, Vadim Goodside. Again, we have here Irina Derugina, who is an outstanding person in modern rhythmic calisthenics. These people are examples for how the generations can be united and how they can be united for healthy and useful movement for entire country. I started with the memory of how we thought how we can unite the entire population in our park. I will tell you truth and only truth. I have an example. I had many friends who came from China. I love very much their culture when you see a 100-year-old woman or man who are engaged in physical activity and their son or daughter or grandchild comes with them. So this dream was born in my soul, and at the moment our entire team, headed by the president, are implementing this strategy and this dream in our country. This is a historical moment which was not there for the entire 30 years of our independence. We love in this country to talk about culture, cultural traditions, and cultural background. What are the basis, what is the basis to build the cultural background on, but the healthy way of life, when every family understands what is hygiene, what is sports, what's the sports behavior, what is the correct nutrition. That's why I think that our program, Active Parks, and the program Healthy Ukraine is the foundation to help us preserve our traditions, our cultural foundation and background, and our nation. Thank you for your attention. As I promised, it was short. I think that everyone or many of us would like to go to this active park, and I personally, of course, will go there. I would probably go with my son, although he's already an adult. I still think that we want to go there. So we're also expecting a live hookup with the Expo Center.
Thank you. Sports for everyone, health for everyone as well. That is how we function. Our center, we have more than 250 centers all over Ukraine, more than several thousand employees, but only now, thanks to the President of Ukraine, thanks to the Minister of Youth and Sports, we have a real support, a real funding. We do have funding for mass sports and attention to that, and thousands of experts, employees are involved to implement such a project as Healthy Ukraine. Starting to work on this program, Healthy Ukraine, together with the presidential office, together with co-authors of that program, Vadim Melchenko and Sergei Matyienko. Thank you for this wonderful idea, because you developed this wonderful concept, which we're implementing together with our team. So starting to work on this project, we started thinking why Ukrainians are not involved into physical activity in parks. And the answer was there are 4 no's which we will have to fight against, so that most Ukrainians have a healthy way of life. People do not know where, do not know how, do not have time, so do not know where. I do not know where to do that. The experts in physical culture and sports say that the sports ground should be at a distance of 10 minutes walk, so that people enjoy physical activity. Now we have about 10,000 sports grounds in Ukraine, but we need to create 10,000 more sports grounds to satisfy all the needs. We are planning to construct 10,000 sports grounds as part of the program Healthy Ukraine. And also, as the President said, thousands of locations will be constructed in Ukraine. There will be more and more of such locations in different parts of Ukraine. Also, another product is the map of such locations, which will allow to find the sports location closest to your house. The next, no, I have no time. 2-3 times a day for 20-40 minutes is enough to maintain your sports form. We need to provide sufficient number of locations. The next, no money. The access to all these online resources and sports facilities will be free of charge. And the last no, and probably the most important one, is I don't know how. And here we are talking about active parks. Even if you find the closest sports location, but you go there and you have no knowledge about how to properly do all these exercises, you can even harm yourself. So at the presidential initiative, and we've mentioned it already, the wonderful product was developed which will allow you to develop all your skills. And if you follow all the principles, if you follow all the instructions, and these exercises are demonstrated by experts, then all of you will get a very good effect for your health. Okay, now we have the online. I would like to, yes, this is our first location in Kiev, which is online urban park. And that's urban park in the exhibition center. And Matvey Bidny is there. We are at the test ground of the program of the President Active Parks, and it will become the basis to get people involved into sports activities, irrespective of the age and physical skills. Everyone can maintain the sports form. For that, you just need some place with some sports equipment, some self-discipline at the coach. In every community, in every yard, there will be a similar sports ground for people of any age and any level of physical training. It is very important to have a coach, but today we have the possibility to use modern technologies to provide expert recommendations. You can see this QR code and you can download it, and in the application you will find the recommendations as to how the different exercises should be done. Those who achieve a certain degree of physical training will be able to be trained together with the President of Ukraine. The set of exercises which the President was doing requires quite a good physical form, or you should be physically fit for that. Also, it is very important that every ground is equipped for and is accessible for people with disabilities. The program is accessible and useful for everyone, starting from teenager to elderly people. Our strategic goal is to create the centers of useful time spending in the regions, and that is why we have organizational component. And there will be interesting activities organized at these locations. Also, will be increasing the motivation of people to get involved into sports activities, and we will reach our goal to build a healthy and strong Ukraine. Thank you. I would like one more thing. I would like to add two more things very briefly, because on the basis of the active parks, not everyone will be able to download this QR code. There will be coordinator at each of such locations, and I request oblast and regional and district administrations to attract young specialists to that, because at every location we see there should be the coordinator who could explain and provide instructions to a person, and then, thanks to the work of these coordinators, the sports clubs will be organized, and that is what Vadim Markovich mentioned. And then we believe that mass sports will be developed in Ukraine thanks to such sports clubs. And one more thing is the stock exchange of sports events and startups. This will be an online resource which will allow the communities and sports clubs which will be created in every community to find funding for their activities, and this money will be coming from investors, sponsors, donor organizations, state budget. And I would like to invite sponsors, partners for cooperation and a good example of such cooperation is the program Stop Discrimination, which was launched thanks to such a partner, and we recorded the first video for the healthy parks. Thank you, Igor. It was very interesting. And Denis Minin is our next speaker, the head of Street Workout Ukraine. Open sport grounds are the simplest way of training because the topic is a healthy way of life. I would like to wish you good health, first of all, and then I would like to thank the team of the presidential office, because here at the stage we have people who organize an organization of this program, but also here we don't have so many people who work in this program. They're invisible, but I would like to thank them for participating in this development. I would like to thank the presidential team because I'm here on the stage. I'm not a civil servant, I'm a person from the street, but I'm proud that I finally, after so many years of independence of Ukraine, can have an influence on the promoting healthy life of Ukrainians. And I'm the representative of one of the street subcultures. All these urban parks that are developing all over Ukraine is a cool program for us, for young people. And for us, it's great because the concept of active parks, what is that? Sports locations which were announced by the president, 10,000 sports locations. These are not just the sports locations which were built under previous presidents. These are universal things, metal structures, semispheric structures where I can go to have some activity together with my parents and my children. Ukraine is not just the land of our parents, it's already the land of our children. 3 generations, parents, we, and children. That is where people of elderly age can go to such sports grounds. People like me can also go into sports activities there, and small children. I will mention some small details which are of importance. Even the diameter of a tube is important. Also, what material it is made of. It is very important because no one was doing it before. Now they are asking questions. They are asking different specialists about how it should be properly done. When we're talking about making healthy way of life popular, we can say that that should be the sports which is for masses and which is accessible and affordable. We also need to think about such things as digitalization, QR codes that were mentioned today. For example, I've heard already some people who were saying it's impossible to popularize it. What do we do next? QR code. It's not just when you put your smartphone, you get a video on how to do these exercises, but that also means social marketing. Young people already know what it is, but many say, but what about retired people? They don't have mobile or smartphones. But my parents, my grandparents, they follow me in social media. The trends are changing, so this program in practice proves that this project is already popular and many Ukrainians are talking about it even before it was launched. The sports grounds that is just a small start. That's not enough. There are magnets which the Minister of Sports mentioned. There are locations for mass sports, but the specialists will be involved so that we have grounds for some workout. And we will, I'm sure that together with the presidential office, we will cover all the spheres of activities, sports activities as well. When we are talking about the role of personal example, we always say that we need to start from ourselves. And I will sum it up. The time doesn't allow me to talk more, but the main mission of the project is not to prohibit alcohol, drugs, and all these awful things which are present in our families, in yards, but to provide an alternative. This project is an alternative. It's not when we say don't smoke, don't drink, or we don't allocate a lot of money to stop alcohol and drug addiction. But now the budgetary money are going not to put someone into prison, but and to cure this person, but to prevent this phenomena. That's the key to the whole project, and this project will be the most popular in the world.
Thank you very much, and Denise is right that it's very jolly with us amateurs. Many people have found their other significant others when we meet there. It is interesting with us. We love to admit novices, and if you enter our region, then stay with us. Pavlo Zamostyan, Deputy Head of UNFPA in Ukraine. Thank you very much. I'll start with the story of one girl, Antonina from Kharkiv. She's a beautiful girl. She's a bit over 12 now. They have a wonderful family, but it happens so that she has a Down syndrome. And until 11, her life was not very interesting. She had a lot of restrictions. She could not jump. She could not run. She was not playing with her soft toys that she had and that her co-evils play with as a rule. But when she was 11, something happened that radically changed her life. She started to attend classes in a football team in Kharkiv, organized by Shakhtar Football Club and Shakhtar Social Foundation, and our UN Population Fund also supports it. And since then, Antonina has seen that she has a chance to live better. She learned to jump. Her best friend became a teddy bear who got a special uniform, a football uniform. It was not easy because Tonya does not speak, and in fact the communication goes at the emotional level. Even her ideas and thoughts she has to express in a written form. And once, after many, many classes, after she has seen that they believe in her, she has written, "I love to go for girls' football classes. I think that football is a good sport. I like the football stadium with a real football match. I may not become a real footballer, but still I like this." I want to talk about inclusion, about overcoming barriers, including gender barriers, first of all in the mass sports, and tell you about two projects that our fund supports that can be a good model for showing how stereotypes can be overcome in sports and how the classes may be made accessible and barrierless. The first project is Let's Play. It was initiated by Shakhtar Social Foundation with the support of Shakhtar Football Club, and the Social Olympics of Ukraine has joined this event. We started from a small event when footballers from Shakhtar took part in a photo shoot called Happiness in Four Hands, Four-Handed Happiness. It's about overcoming the uneven distribution of obligations in the family between parents. And Shakhtar is the first professional football club who have created a team of girls who are now training in Kharkiv, and then such teams were created in 3 other towns, Mariupol, Vinnytsia, Kiev. And the main thing here is that apart from girls, we thought that it is necessary to invite to these teams girls with a violation of their mental health, with the mental disorders, the Down syndrome and some others. And we saw that such approach allows to overcome barriers and stereotypes which very often accompany, and we just do not give a thought to them when we are creating the infrastructure for sport. I think that in such initiatives we should pay attention for a moment and think how the new stadium or new sporting ground will allow to participate also for girls and girls with special needs. Maybe there are volunteers or NGOs that will be able to help adapt the work of the coaches to the work with girls and boys, and secondly with inclusion work, to the inclusion work and to the needs of those who need social attention. We were able to adapt a program especially for the work with the girls who have mental disorders, and we hope that these initiatives, for which we are very grateful to our partners FC Shakhtar and Foundation Shakhtar Social, we think that this is a model of how accessibility can be also barrierless. And this may be an initiative, a moment for city mayors, for leaders of communities, for those who will implement the initiatives that the president, the minister, and other people were talking about. Find a moment and think, how can they approach, make sport closer to you, especially for those for whom it is difficult to take their first step, because they are prevented from this by some psychological barriers. Our second project is also connected to Shakhtar. It's called We Train Boys to Become Men. It is about the fact that sports is not only the first step towards health, it is also a matter of education and upbringing, and the relations that develop between a PT instructor, a coach, and members of the team are very important because they grow human values in people, like zero tolerance to violence. We are using the experience of the United States, where this program was born, where it showed its efficiency as an approach that allows to raise zero tolerance towards violence in our future men, to show that sport is not a force to offend someone, but it allows to bring values to other people, that athletes are heroes of our times. We have been applauding, and we are applauding them now, and the young generation hearkens to them. And it is natural that such initiatives, providing the opportunity for coaches to work with raising zero tolerance towards violence, these can be very efficient. Last year we have trained 50 coaches with Shakhtar, and last week we have trained another 50 PT instructors within our joint project with the Embassy of Sweden, the trampoline for equality. We have plans for another 50 people, and we also want to broaden it in many locations with cities which are our partners in fighting household violence. We also think that this project will be well assessed in Ukraine and integrated into the system of preparing coaches and PT instructors in their work, and also in the work of everyone who engages in popularization of sports and massive sports in Ukraine. And in the very end, I want you to have a look at 2 short videos that will illustrate maybe better the ideas that I wanted to acquaint you with. What is it for me to be a girl, to wear comfortable things, to accept challenges, to face challenges, to be who I want to be, go forward, move forward, win. Do what I want to do. Without stereotypes, without stereotypes, without stereotypes. Sports for everyone without stereotypes.
Когда папа привел меня на первую тренировку, я думала, что больше никто не придет, и мы уедем домой. Это же футбольная команда девочек. Кому может быть интересно? Футбол — это про спорт. Я девочка, и я тоже играю. Забиваю гол за голом, пасую. Когда я забиваю гол, представляю, что вокруг меня целый стадион с болельщиками, и среди них ищу своих маму и папу. Тогда я чувствую себя суперсильной, даже если сильно устала. Бегаю быстрее ветра. Футбол — это футбол. Крутой гол — это крутой гол. Когда я хотела играть с мальчиками, Они не хотели брать меня в команду. Никто не хотел играть со мной, потому что я девочка. А потом я забила гол пяткой. Так, бам! И сейчас они спорят, с кем я буду в команде. И если мальчики могут забивать голы, то почему я нет? Футбол — это про спорт для всех.
Дякуємо, пане Павло.
Thank you, Pavlo. It has really touched upon me, I was moved to tears. Thank you for opening football, a classic kind of sport for girls. We will pin our hopes on the national team of women. Now, Dmytro Chernitsky, who is founder of Run Ukraine, I think that you've involved many more people. I don't run. Take me into your fold. I will teach you to swim.
I will be next to you if needed. First, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to be part of this forum. We represent running. This is the queen of sports. And I would like to tell you, I'm not a professional sportsman, but sport played a very important role in my life, and it transformed my life. And since then, because of that probably, I came to running. I started promoting this sport in Ukraine. If you look at 10 years ago, there were very few people who were running in Kiev. There was just one race under chestnut trees, and you could see only a few people who were running in the parks. But now, together with the team Run Ukraine, we developed the events in Kiev, marathon, semi-marathon events in Zaporizhzhia, in Odessa, and this year we created the project which is called Triathlon of Ukraine, and we will be promoting triathlon like we are promoting running. And in all these projects we have the word Ukraine, via sports, via running. We make our contribution, we unite our Ukraine because it's so different, and sports is something that can get us all united. Briefly about running, why it is so unique, because that is what people of different age groups can do. If you look at our projects, people who participate are individual participants. About 50% of corporate sector also look at that as an instrument of team building. And next 5 years this will be the trend. It's about socialization of the company, because all people are working online. It's very difficult to get people back to offices, and the socialization is very important today. Also, this is the communities which are developed as sports communities, communities of fans, some charity projects are there. Also, people are running, and they this way raising money for some purposes to assist someone. Also, during the war in Donbass, in every town we were raising money for the prosthesis for the military. I would like to show you some statistical data. That's the number of participants in different years. You see that 2020 is we have basically only 15,000 participants. There were no offline events. We could run only online. And in 2020, there were very few people who joined such events, but on the one hand, pandemic also resulted in many new people who started running. Also, we as a running community, we can join this program of active parks. There is a project which we call Park Run. The idea is that every week in the parks of the city we can organize open races, and the distance could be 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers. The community of runners is such that people say, well, Dmitro, I live here or there, I want to do it in my own place of residence, I want to help in that. If we can get organized properly, we can also attract some partners to this program, and the runners will become volunteers, and they will share the values that they implemented into their lives with others. And so, respectively, the idea is very simple. There are parks where will be equipped for running, but we will also have some ambassadors. We have the program of motivation for these ambassadors, volunteers, and we also think of the program of people who live near the parks, like Park Natalka. It would be great if some communities created there. These will be free of charge events which will allow you to get acquainted with sports. I wanted to launch the program Neighbor Run. I thought that in my multi-storied building, many people probably would like to start running, and I suggested, let's start running together. I'm sure that there are people who want to run, but maybe some people don't know about some basic things, and it's good if we can support such people. We believe in this program, and we will be also developing sports, and as Vadim Markovich mentioned, together we can create a big project. Thank you. Thank you all, speakers of our today's panel. Thank you. You are very interesting panelists. I have many questions to you. I'm sure that my colleagues, journalists, will ask you many questions, but thank you again. Together we'll make our country better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all participants of this discussion. And after that, we will have another section. We'll be talking about sports events as a motivation to the healthy way of life, especially attracting some famous people, celebrities.
Зараз ми перебуваємо в експозоні форуму «Україна-30. Здорова Україна». Поруч зі мною Нітай, який нам розкаже більше про цю локацію. Ми попросимо оператора показати. Це така експозона.
У нас сьогодні на форумі 30 ми
так.
представляємо такий напрямок, як стріт-воркаут, як воркаут, один з наймасовіших та найдоступніших і найголовніше, найбезпечніших спортивних напрямків. Головна відмінність того проекту, який
Ну і
ми зараз...
найдешевший, тому що ти ж, по суті,
Взагалі
неба
безкоштовний.
займаєшся. Так.
Для того, щоб займатися, треба просто вийти до свого подвір'я, знайти найближчий майданчик, який заплановано побудувати 10 тисяч майданчиків цього року від програми президента України. Найголовніше, що яка зміна є, якщо подивитися на 30 років незалежності України. Майданчики стають інклюзивними. Варто пам'ятати про людей не з обмеженими вадами, а з повищеними потребами.
Ну да, або ще
того...
називається із з особливостями мобільності,
Саме
так, які по-різному можуть. Так.
Щоб людина навіть на інвалідному візку мала змогу заїхати до брусів, припаркуватися і повністю попрацювати. Щоб майданчики були різновисотні, різноширотні, щоб могло займатися навіть 6 категорій населення. Я перелікую. Це діти, підлітки, дорослі, люди почесного віку, професійні атлети та інклюзивні люди. Тобто 6 категорій населення будуть мати можливість професійно займатися, і головна мета – це щоб було масово і доступним. Воркаут це популяризує. Для нас найголовніший принцип, щоб це не був металолом, який просто закопаний в землю. Якщо помимо нього буде просто проходити, це не буде мати ефективності. Ефективність можна буде відлікувати тільки тоді, коли більше людей будуть залучені до здорового способу життя і займатися цим публічно.
Ну, ми розуміємо, що навіть звичайна лавочка, здавалося б, але підготовлена до цього, вона на ній тільки можна. І
саме так.
Багато різних вправ виконувати.
Саме для цього в нас є отакі QR-коди.
І там аудіо чи відео? Чи там
є відеоілюстрація, навіть який прийняв участь президент України. І це не просто перший президент України, який це зробив, це перший президент у світі, який власним прикладом показує вправи, достатньо важкі. Але от навіть зараз на екрані ми бачимо, як можна тренуватися на спортивній лавочці просто у себе у подвір'ї. Якщо людина каже, що вона нездорова, тому що чогось нема, або не знає де, то вона просто не хоче. Той, хто хоче, завжди знайде можливість. Той, хто не хоче, буде шукати дуже багато причин, чому ні. Тому ми створюємо разом з президентом України програму для усіх, а завдання кожного українця вже просто вийти і зробити. Перший
Добре,
крок.
крім цієї програми, важливо, що ті, хто займаються непрофесійно, і це ще специфіка, що без тренера, все ж таки, що це якось фахівці мають радити, особливо, якщо це людина має певні особливості зі здоров'ям, тому що якщо щось робити неправильно, можна ж і нашкодити.
Саме так, тому у цих відео ми демонструємо, як правильно дихати, як правильно тримати кути, тобто є ілюстрації, як правильно ставити коліно, лікоть, щоб це було безпечно, перш за все, бо людина прийшла за здоров'ям, тому вона має піти Х2, зробивши свій настрій і здоров'я. Тому саме це ми і робимо. А також окремо від QR-кодів, окремо від онлайн-програми, в нас є тур здорового способу життя «Приїдемо до кожного двору», де разом з Денисом Мініним, воркаут-командою, ми демонструємо, як саме займатися. І не просто демонструємо, приїхали, постояли з мікрофоном і поїхали, а прям декілька годин працюємо з дітьми. У кожному місті, навіть у кожному дворі. Ну,
навіть зараз можу показати наш оператор, що на екранах ми бачимо ці фрагменти відеоуроків, вказівок таких, як правильно займатися. І тут знімалися популярні телеведучі, зокрема Оксана Гудсайт виконує зараз вправи та багато іншого. От вони пояснюють, як все потрібно виконувати.
А головне, якщо у людей виникнуть питання, а як зробити ще краще, чи цю вправу, чи іншу, вони можуть зайти до соціальних сторінок проєкту і подивитися, задати свої питання службі підтримки.
А може там певний форум уточнити?
Саме так. І буде ж дуже багато офлайн-заходів, один з яких це чемпіонат світу з воркауту, який відбудеться 24 серпня на 30-річчя.
На День
Незалежності, на акції Дружби народів, куди ми усіх залучаємо, буде більше 30 країн світу. І можна буде приїхати, поспілкуватися, отримати досвід від професійних атлетів. І головне, що професійні атлети завдяки соціальним мережам, вони ж дуже доступні. Дуже багато людей викладають свої тренування до соціальних мереж. Ми бачимо, як і Володимир Зеленський публікує свої тренування. Тому це не може мотивувати, і це дає такий клік, стосунок в один крок.
Ні, ну справді і в самій промові це зачепили питання, що це питання зайвої ваги, те, що справді що ускладнює, тому що у нас величезний відсоток саме серцево-судинних захворювань.
Саме так, це у світі найперша причина.
Це харчування, це малорухомий спосіб
життя.
Це
комплекс проблем, але от як сказав сьогодні Денис Мінін, ця програма, вона не заперечує тютюну вживанню, алкоголю вживання або інші наркотики. Бо
В плані не заперечує, що можна поєднувати?
Ви знаєте, що все, що заперечується, воно буде робитися.
Ну так, так.
Цей плод, він такий смачний, якщо він заперечується. Ми створюємо альтернативу, щоб у підростаючого покоління, якщо доросле покоління вже важко змінити, в них є свої звички, які все життя формувалися, щоб молодше покоління, воно брало здоровий приклад. І через здоровий, в них немає часу на те, щоб дивитися або йти і вживати тютюн зі своїми однокласниками чи одногрупниками. Вони йдуть на спортивний майданчик і там класно займаються. Це, звісно, дуже мала кількість сьогодні.
Ну, коли це, по-перше, мотивується справді відомими людьми, улюбленцями людей, відомі співаки і так далі, це просто спонукає. Дякую, це був Нітай із поясненнями такої майданчика для воркауту, заняттях просто неба. За мить ми повернемося в основну нашу сцену, на основну сцену форуму «Україна-30» і поговоримо про спорт і заняття спортом, спортивні заходи як мотивація до здорового способу життя. В рамках президентських програм «Велике будівництво» та «Здорова Україна» у столиці на території ВДНГ буде створено масштабний спортивний кластер «Урбан Парк». У ньому побудують бетонний скейт-парк, майданчики для
large-scale
футболу,
city
баскетболу,
park,
танців,
urban park
воркауту
will
і
be
паркуру. Скалодром, доріжки
will be
для
built in
бігу,
Ukraine.
столи для тенісу, дитячі
A lot
спортивні
of
зони.
objects will
Усе
be built there
безкоштовно.
and everything
В
will be
Урбан-парку
free.
будуть
In the
проводитися
urban
різні
park,
заходи,
different
батли
events
та
will
джеми
be
вуличних культур, які допоможуть
will be
створити
held
унікальну
battles and
живу
jams of
атмосферу.
street cultures that will help create a unique life atmosphere.
Це форум «Україна-30» і
This is the forum Ukraine 30 and the third discussion of today, sports events as a weighty motivation for the healthy way of life. Anatoly Anatolyevich, a TV presenter from Ukraine, will moderate the discussion. Hello everyone. How have I found myself here amid the cohort of great sports people? Very simple. I am a amateur sportsman, as many people in my country. I have placed 27,000 at a New York marathon, and I have a certificate to testify for this. This year I will run the London Marathon on the 3rd of October. If nothing happens, I also run the New York Marathon for 2 times. I ran everywhere possible in Ukraine. Dima Chernitsky told us about the Run Ukraine during our latest discussion. I can talk about this, but today we are here. We are talking about international events as the way of improving the image and reputation of our country. Of course, when athletes come to our country for the modern rhythmic gymnastics championship, when people come here to run the Kiev Marathon through the downtown Kiev, it's simply incredible. 12,000 people were there. It's of course not New York, where 65,000 people ran in 2019. But we are moving towards this, and when professional sportsmen come here, and amateurs as well, come to Kiev, Odessa, Lviv, in order to swim, to run, to take a bike, because this triathlon tourism, bike to bicycle tourism, is a very cool thing that has to develop, and this is very pleasing that sports in our country, despite the last year that has slowed down the popularization of the mass sport, I think that we understand COVID will be overcome and more people will come to Ukraine in order to get acquainted with it from the point of view of sport. The speakers today are Alexei Dnipro, the president of the Badminton Federation of Ukraine, Nina Umanets, deputy minister for Youth and Sports, Yuri Sviridov, director on strategic development and communication of FC Shakhtar. Online we will have Liam McGroarty, manager for the Department of Strategic Development of the UEFA, Irina Derugina, our legendary president of the sports modern rhythmic gymnastics, Olga Danko, member of the Commission Entourage Athlete, and Sergei Konyushok, president of the Strongman Ukraine Federation. I had some jokes prepared, but when Sergei rose up, I understood that jokes are out of place here. So I give the floor to Alexei Dnipro, president of the Federation of Badminton. You know, today's topic is very urgent. I thank the President as he suggested and proposed such an initiative to the society. This is a very topical program because the people who go in for sports are ambitious, they are active, they attain their goals, they attain a lot in their lives, and these are the people who develop the country. And they are very active members of the society. To involve as many such people into sports, how can this be done? We were thinking about this in the Badminton Federation. Let's not be sly. Badminton, although it is a Olympic kind of sports, and although it is the fastest kind of sports in the world, it is not very popular in our country, although there are some glorious traditions. If we understood that we have to conduct massive sports events in order to popularize this kind of sports, and that's why we decided to conduct a European Championship on badminton in our city, and this story has started long before the pandemic. I would like us to take a look at a short video how we wanted to invite European countries to our capital before the pandemic struck.
People say of such places, it's better to see something once than to hear about it 1,000 times. Kiev is an ancient pearl on the map.
Такі місця кажуть про такі
Places
місця.
remember a lot. It all began more than 1,000 years ago when people adopted Christianity on these scenic hills. It was faith that helped them to develop themselves and their city. We want to show you how Kiev has changed during these times. Kiev had long been known for its churches and temples. We're proud to have such beauty. We have always defended our land and fought back bravely. We value our independence, but at the same time, we're very hospitable. Our city amazingly combines ancient traditions in architecture, as well as fast rhythm of a modern life. Kiev is a green city There are many parks and fountains here. However, our main treasure are the people who live here. Today, Kyiv is a modern city with a population of over 4 million people. We study, we work, we develop business, we take care and bring up children. We can enjoy the music, we meet friends, or make dates with loved ones. We are active and fit. We are all different. Everyone has their own character and
технічні проблеми. Ну, ми в цілому
There are some technical problems. This was our promo video invitation. But in the end, everyone plays badminton now. We didn't emphasize badminton. We emphasized how beautiful our capital is, our people, our country is, and we wanted to see many visitors at our championship. But that was before pandemic. In 2019, we signed the agreement with European Confederation in badminton about holding the championship in 2020 in Kyiv. This agreement was signed in the presence of Mr. Bubka, the head of the Ukrainian National Olympic Committee. After that, the newly elected president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, signed a decree about holding the European Championship and setting up the organization committee. But we even started selling tickets to this championship, and it was quite good. And about 80% of tickets were sold with the assistance of our media support. But unfortunately, we all remember how 2020 started. It started with COVID and the pandemic. And it wasn't clear then how to organize competitions in such conditions. The whole world was canceling competitions. And we also made a decision to delay, to postpone the championship till the end of 2020. We did not even know whether the championship will take place. But I would like to tell you that the Federation of Badminton, in our federation, we were pushing our European colleagues to holding it, and European colleagues were afraid to hold it. They were saying it's pandemic situation, the waves of coronavirus. But we made a commitment that we will organize the championship, and it will be organized in safe conditions. And basically, we will follow all the standards to ensure that the participation of sportsmen and all participants there is safe. You can see how the different championships were held in the world, even when films were used and special sport forms. We were sharing the experience, and we were learning on the experiences of other countries. And from February till April, together with the European Confederation of Badminton, we were creating our own anti-COVID protocol to apply it during the championship. That was really some new format. We created this protocol, developed the protocol. We were all our arenas were divided into 3 zones: green, orange, and red. The green zone, that was the zone where those who had negative testing, who were vaccinated, could be present. And the orange one was the place where they didn't have access to green zone, and the red one also didn't have access to green zone, but they participated in the championship. We were testing all participants when they were just arriving, then secondary testing was made. And besides, we were using such software as SportTT. That's a software which allowed us to ensure the control of the access to different zones, and we realized that if someone was positively tested, then with the assistance of this program we could see where this person was, who this person contacted with, and that helped us a lot. And our Danish colleagues who just suggested that we use this program, but they could not even imagine that the person who developed this program, this software, was Ukrainian, Ivan Daniluk. So you can imagine how the sports community is working, and how our Ukrainians are developing some software for the whole of the world. Now, briefly, before we look into the Palace of Sports, I would like to show you a brief video, which with the help of our partners we made. That is the sports square near the Palace of Sports. For the first time in the history, Euro competition on badminton 2021. This picture and these screens, and these are the biggest screens in the capital of our country. They impressed all the participants of the championship. Everyone could see that and see the information that such an outstanding event is taking place here. Unfortunately, COVID didn't allow us to invite spectators. We made the decision to make sure that participants of the championship do not have any risks. We decided that we will not invite the viewers, the spectators, but we broadcasted it, and now you can see these zones, green, orange and red zones in the Palace of Sports, and our know-how was we prepared the mixed zone. That is where media representatives were communicating with the participants of the championship, and that was done with the transparent plastic separation, and it was recognized by the European Confederation of Badminton as a know-how. As I've mentioned already, you can see this is in the Palace of Sports. That was quite a spectacular championship, which attracted many TV viewers, and many people wanted after that to go in for badminton, and we also ensured the broadcasting of all the matches, and the quality was recognized as one of the best one in the history of all the championships held in Europe. And our know-how was to avoid the contacts at the ceremony of awarding. For the first time, maybe in the world, we were using some special robots, drones, which were just delivering the medals to the winners. These were 3 drones which were delivering the medals. You can see all these pictures, and these are the photographs which were shown all over the world, especially in Spain. You see the champion of Europe. She's Spanish, and she takes this medal from a drone. Again, I would like to say that the goal of our championship was to promote Olympic sport, badminton. I believe that our goal was reached. We, of course, were sorry that we could not see people in the Palace of the spectators at the Palace of Sports, but the safety of participants was the most important for us. But you see how many countries participated, 36 countries of Europe. That means that our country was trusted. We have proven that Ukraine is a big sport country that can host any big sports event, and despite everything, despite pandemic, we've proven that life and sports defeats any diseases, even pandemics. There were, of course, some cases of positive testing of the participants, but thanks to skillful actions of the team, we did not allow that the infection was disseminated during the championship. And the president of the European Confederation of Badminton said that this was organized at the level as Olympic Games are organized. But of course, that was done with the support of the Ministry of Youth and Sports and the Olympic Committee of Ukraine, and also with our professional team of the Federation of Badminton, and most of them are present here, and I would like you to applaud them, our wonderful colleagues who made this all possible. And that was the best championship of Europe in its whole history, talking about organization.
Thank you. I'll tell you a secret. A drone should have been moderating today's discussion, but I'm cheaper, so I was selected instead. Yuri Sviridov, Director on Strategic Communication and Development of Shakhtar FC. Hello. Briefly about myself. Since 4 years I've been in sports gymnastics, and then I played football, also very actively in Soviet times. After this, I went into squash for 6 years, and lately I got involved in running, same as you, Anatoly Anatolyevich. So we should take Denis and run together. I think that he'll see us and take it as a challenge. So as far as understanding the processes in sports, I've been with this since childhood, and I'm an example of a person who's been into sports since 4 years, and a friend who was together with me became a award winner at the Olympics and the European champion. I have not achieved such successes, but still sports is an inalienable part of my life. I also work for the Shakhtar FC, and this is one of the most readily recognized and popular clubs in Ukraine. So I'm going to talk about the role of professional club in the development of massive sports. But I would like to ask you to raise your hands, those who have done exercises this morning for 30 minutes. Run, swim, or ride a bicycle. Well, seriously, I'm counting. Well, 10 people out of 50 people, something like 20%, and this matches the statistics that we have officially in Ukraine as far as physical activity is concerned. Okay. The presentation, I'll tell you sincerely, when I was invited to this event, I didn't know that the president's program would be presented today, but I asked myself, what is Healthy Ukraine? And for myself, this is first of all knowledge, so that Ukrainians should know about the importance of the healthy way of life, of the physical activity. They should understand what sort of physical activity should be there, how many minutes, what are the kinds of activity. Well, of course, knowledge is good, but you have to have an opportunity to go in for sports. We've been talking about raising investment. We are seeing that the sports landscape of Ukrainian infrastructure is changing. New objects are being constructed. This is very good. And the components of this program give us opportunity, but the main thing is to realize this opportunity, because you can build football fields or track and fields, running tracks, but if there's no communication with coaches and the leaders of sports, then this infrastructure stays idle. And one of the projects I'm going to tell you about is aimed at making the sports structure more active. And of course, the final aim is not infrastructure, is not huge objects, it's the state when in a couple of years, in some years, not 10 people but 20 people raise their hands in this hall, which will match the average indicator for Europe about a professional club, which is a huge communication resource to popularize sports, and in particular football. We are really recognized. We have a huge army of fans, 4 million. We are implementing different projects aimed at football, classic football, in the normal understanding. Recently, several days ago, we have launched a women's team. We are broadening our communication opportunities. We have an academy which aims at the professional development of children. We have a fund that's responsible for social projects in sports and for working with children with disabilities. Shakhtar as a professional club is a very huge tool for popularizing sports, and in order to deeper understand the specifics, we consider that it's important to use a broader terminology. It is good that today we have heard this terminology used. We've been talking about the sports of high achievements, about the importance of victories and medals, but really you need to understand that sports in the broad understanding and perception, has other segments as well. We shall use such a terminology as recreational sports when we do not want to win any competition. The data about the average age of an Olympic champion from Ukraine. This is 25 years. We should understand that the peak of a Ukrainian sportsman who takes part in the sports of high achievements is past when she or he is 25, and then the results fall. So what people do who leave the sports? Where do they go? Where do they train? Recreational sports is an important direction, a huge segment, and this is what we are engaged in. It is not highly probable that we see here Olympians who are preparing for the next games. But what we are talking about is even more widening the opportunities and creates new terminology and poses new tasks. What is physical activity in principle? There are studies that can be accessed that the most widespread physical activity in England, for instance, is walking. And the next is running, and then bicycling. Using bicycle as a transportation, and the classical team sports occupy 7th or 8th place in the statistic of physical activity. So physical activity is really much simpler as far as activity is concerned, and as far as perception is concerned. In principle, every one of us is physically active, but we do not comprehend this all the time, every time. And if we do not apply effort, then we do not move forward significantly. When we are talking about huge programs and huge projects, but do not use statistics, this is not systemic. If we were talking about some numbers today, I think it would be smart if we see the dynamics in the future. We see a rather negative statistics as far as the diminishing population of Ukraine is concerned. We also talk about the mortality, which is higher than birth rate, and this is a reason for mortality and for decrease in population in this country. Matvienko talked about this in the very beginning, saying that the key problem, the key reason for mortality is a passive way of life, 72%, as far as I remember. So the program that we are discussing today about making physical activity more active is aimed at changing these indicators. The WHO recommended as far back as in 1972 that an adult should be active physically 150 minutes per week, and a kid should be active 60 minutes a day. This is what I started with: communication, understanding. What is physical activity? What kinds of physical activity? What is the frequency of doing this? The situation in Ukraine is significantly different from mean data from the European continent. For instance, in 2018 in Europe, something like 40% of the people in the European Union were going in for sports, whereas 18% was this figure for us. And there was a phenomenal figure for Finland, 69% of people going in for sports. We, as a club, represent a private business here, but I am convinced that the success of realizing, implementing this program is in the combination of efforts at different levels. The central power authorities in many regions, private capital, we can draw any program, but if it is not implemented, then the program won't be fulfilled. And the involvement of the maximum number of stakeholders, I think, is one of the most important tasks of these programs and the guarantee for success. About the pyramid of sports, we represent the elite sports. We are on the same level with those sportsmen and sportswomen who represent our country at the World Championship and Olympic Games. 24 of our team members are Ukrainians, so we are really representatives of the and when the foundation of, while the foundation, the wider is the foundation of the pyramid, the higher its top is. So we are interested in as many people going in for sports and playing football as possible. The colleague from the UN Population Fund reminded us of some of our projects. The Shakhtar Social Fund aimed at active involvement of kids into sport. We're not talking about popularization. It's a very good word, but important is for them to go actively into sport. In our case, we implemented our first project back in 2012. At the moment, the project, which is called Let's Play or Go Play, is realized on 65 grounds in something like 38 cities and involves 5,000 children. We also set up the girls' team in Kharkiv, which has been successful for quite a number of years. We do not limit ourselves to one city. We pay attention to different regions in the east, in the west, and everywhere. This is one of the guarantees for the success of our project. We work with municipalities, we work with private investors and sponsors, which allows us to involve more and more kids into classes. We have a very successful example of Mariupol. In 2018, we started to pay our taxes in Mariupol, and according to mutual agreement with the city authorities, we know that money being taken as a tax from salaries of our footballers are channeled to sports objects in the schools of Mariupol. This is an example of successful cooperation. We would not have been able to realize this on our own. Same as with the Population Fund, this is an example when we see the success in cooperation. There are 17 locations, including 2 locations for people with disabilities, where kids are practicing, are training every day, and they take part in school games during weekends. To end my presentation, I tell you that the elite sport, first of all, has the role in this concept of popularization and activation, is responsible for popularization. However, without infrastructure, without the involvement, popularization has no sense, no goal. So we see our goal and our role as the maximum involvement of children and creating corresponding prerequisite for them. Our goal is to win. But if our victories do not form the interest towards our sports, then the value of such victories is low. We've been European victors. We've got the UEFA Cup. However, I think that not a single Olympic medal, not any European Cup, not a championship medal does not have such level of value, does not cost as dear as the health of our children. That's why the important moment is that this program was presented today, and due to our common effort, joint effort, and communication, we will be able to really change this negative statistics of the involvement and the physical activity of population.
Thank you. Your applause to the Director on Strategic Development and Communication. Sergey, did you want to say something? Yes. Just to colleagues, we need to stick to our time frame. We have 10 minutes per presentation. Yuri, I understand, needs to go. Now I would like to give the floor to our guest who's online, and that is Liam McGroerty, Manager of Department of Strategic Development of National Associations of UEFA.
Hello, everybody. It's very nice to meet you all. It's an honor for me to be presenting to you on your 30th anniversary. I come from Ireland, and we were 100 years old last year, so it's nice to see a young country with such energy and commitment. I work for UEFA, but I've also worked in boxing. Over the last 15 years, I've had the pleasure of watching the Ukrainian Ottoman boxing team box around the world, and I know Ukrainian sport fairly well. Over the last 2 years, we have done very specific work in 3 regions in the Ukraine, in Dnipro, Ivano-Frankivsk, and in Kiev. I will be a little bit controversial at the start. I have never seen research that shows that large-scale events leads to an increase in sustained participation in sport. It's a very controversial statement to begin with on this particular topic, but it needs to be said. I have had conversations before with researchers who looked at the Olympic Games in London in 2012, where their big focus was to get more people to participate in sport after the Games. And it doesn't sustain. It's the same in the World Cup. It's the same in the Euros. There is an increase for a little bit, and it's more popular, but it does not sustain. The earlier session where your minister presented the 8-year strategy, there were some fantastic initiatives from schools, active parks, etc. These types of things with big events have an impact on large-scale participation. When I listen to some of the statistics about, the early death rates in the Ukraine, the lack of physical activity, and your numbers are poor, but all numbers are poor. There are very, very few countries in the world that can hold their heads up high and say, we are doing a great job for our country in terms of physical activity. 40% of a country being physically active is not a great percentage. So we all have to work to make this better. There's an important link between a big event and participation. In order for a big event to be successful, you need to get people through the door, and you need to have an audience, and you need to sell merchandise, etc. That will not happen unless people participate in that sport. So there's a very strong link between consumption of the sport at a large-scale event and people who play the sport. So what we have found is that the more people who play the sport, then the more successful the big events are. The Bundesliga in Germany is the most, it has got the strongest ratings of fans going through the gates in all the world, even things like the NBA in America and American football, which are big events, they don't have the same numbers of people coming to their stadia as football does in Germany. And the reason is because they have the highest numbers of football players in all of Europe, and they all go and watch games. So there's a strong link between participation in sport and large scale events. I was really interested to hear Yuri's contribution from the private sector. All of the earlier speakers from the government and the public sector spoke about the commitment to growing the sport and growing participation in physical activity. That is walking on one leg. You need to have the private sector as part of this movement. So we need to involve private funding, an entrepreneurial mentality. I worked in the public sector, and that we don't have the same commitment to making a profit, to making things work on time as the private sector does. What we have found in sport is that unless you design sport with the customer in mind, with that little boy or girl who is 5 or the elderly person who's 70, if you don't design with that person in mind, that experience, so that you can bring them back again and again and again, then it will not be successful. We need to have that private sector mentality whereby we design an experience for an athlete or a participant so that they come back for life. A big challenge for many countries, but especially in Eastern Europe. And my sense is that it is a legacy of communism, where we see sport as power and glory for a country, and we invest heavily in athletes to make the country look good. So it's sports for performance is the philosophy and the structure, and the funding goes towards there. Until that changes, it's very, very hard to grow participation. There should always be money in the elite end. We should invest in elite, and high performance is important, medals is important, but it is secondary. The number one needs to be that we invest in our people to make them healthy, to make them happy, to make them well educated. There is so much evidence that shows that sport improves education, improves health, etc. I will give one very concrete example from Iceland. In 1984, they had the highest drug abuse and alcohol abuse amongst teenagers in the world. And the government took that serious, and they invested in education and in facilities, got good coaches who weren't there to make better athletes, but coaches who were trying to instill a motivation, a self-motivation for people to participate in sport, swimming, boxing, athletics, whatever it would be, but they were motivated to do it themselves. Today, they have the highest participation rates in sport in the world. They regularly beat other big countries in international sports. So if you grow the base, you also become successful at an elite end as well. I'm sure last night you were happy to see Denmark beat Russia 4-1. That's not a surprise for us. They're a population of 5 million people competing against a huge country, and yet they can still beat a big country. That's not because they have better players. It's because they've provided those children opportunities to play football every single day. And it's not just in football, it's in all sports. Last week, Wales, which is a tiny country of 3 million people, beat Turkey, a country of 18 million people. That is not a surprise. So there's a link to performance and mass participation. My final point, because I'm conscious of time, is about the private sector. In the European Union, there's a big movement towards private sector funding, contributing towards social outcomes. So historically, private investors will invest in oil and gas and renewable energy, possibly. Today, there's a big movement towards social investors investing in social outcomes like health and education, reduction in crime, improvements in employment. We are looking at models to use sport as a vehicle to deliver social outcomes so that private sector can invest in sport, not just the public sector, but private sector provides the facilities, the programs, the people that will deliver opportunities for our populations to play sport and be physically active. And then government pays for those once the results have been achieved, once the crime has been reduced, once education has been improved. The public sector pays back the private sector for that investment. So it's a risk-free way for government to deliver on their objectives. So thank you very much for your time. I hope I stayed on time, and really enjoyed the morning session, and fantastic to see the work that's been done in the Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. McGrady. He was the manager of Department Strategic Development of the National Association of UEFA. And now we give the floor to Nina Umanets, who is Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports of Ukraine. I think that the next award ceremony we will see each other. Dear colleagues, hello. I want to sincerely thank the President and the family of the President, so that there is now an exceptional attention towards this health of Ukraine and of the growing generation. And without this component, the movement forward is impossible. I think that Sergei Matvienko, a speaker at the previous preceding panel discussion, has shown us some terrible figures. I may tell you that we have brought the situation to such a state. Our passive attitude towards our health and towards the health of our children caused the situation that we are now. I do want this program to successfully begin. I understand very well that, taking into account this scary data that was shown today, I think that the awareness of the older generation is limping a bit, and there should be a great emphasis on the awareness, and awareness and conscience should be brought up since the grade 1 of the school. So we have to do quite a lot so that children in schools and their parents, I would wish that they were taken a certificate of their kids' participation in competitions, but not about the relief them of the physical training lessons. Because not going in for the physical training lessons is now a real threat. The sports of high achievements is a very huge component of the physical culture and sports. When the attention of many people and of media is linked to this, and it is of course very interesting and pleasant that it does not only reflect the victories at Olympic Games, but also the economic might of the country. Of course, this needs years and years of exhausting training, but without this we cannot be successful at Olympic Games. Every sports person, every coach, when they start their career, they dream about going on the top of the Olympus. And in the very complicated period, starting from March last year and until today, our athletes did not have an opportunity to take part in international competitions because of COVID that has impacted on the entire planet. The cancellation of almost all of the competition with international federations have negatively impacted on the mastership of our athletes and also the acquisition of new skills. And of course, the coaches have to plan the preparation and reaching the peak of the sports form of our athletes who will be taking part in the Olympics in Tokyo. And I am more than convinced that they will win there and will honestly represent Ukraine there. The minister told us that there was quite a lot done for the preparation of our sports people because of the support of the president, because of the ministry, because of different departments and agencies, and quite a lot was done. Any regrets, any reproaches about nourishment were taken away. It was rectified. Also, we are continuing importing into Ukraine of sports equipment and goods which were not bought for many, many years. Since now we now have an opportunity to buy what is needed where medical equipment is concerned, and we can install this at our bases, sports bases, and provide with a mobile medical equipment our national team that will participate in the Olympic Games. By the decision of the organizational committee under the head chairpersonship of the minister, Prime Minister, instructions were issued to our governors, and I have to thank the Cabinet of Ministers for this, because we know that there are problems in regions and there are efforts where people are being provided with flats and they are given bonuses to their scholarships, and the work on improving the material base of our sports. We shall do this not on the eve of the Olympic Games, but every day, every year. And everything that the President mentioned should be improved and should be built. And this will mean that we will implement successfully the program that the President has presented today. The information and explaining work was conducted between athletes and coaches as far as preparation and participation in the Olympic Games is concerned, about the acclimatization in Tokyo. And because of the COVID, the requirements of the organizing committee and of the Olympics are very, very strict. What Alexei said about the requirements to the championship of the world, the requirements for Olympics are even stricter. People have to file their questionnaires about themselves months before, months prior to the start of the Olympics, so that to maximally decrease the risks of deterioration of health of the participants of the Olympic Games. The International Olympic Committee puts the health of participants into the first slot. And I think that the information campaign of the International Olympic Committee about COVID was gaining in scope even last year, and we are grateful for being timely informed. Together with the Minister of Public Health, we organized a campaign of vaccination, which started on the 15th of April, and today, taking into account the fact that there was not so much time left for vaccinating sportsmen from the summer kinds of sports, we are already vaccinating athletes who will take part in the Winter Olympic Games of the next year in Beijing. We are very, very glad that great sports events are coming back to Ukraine. This is the Championship of Europe on modern rhythm calisthenics, on the sports gymnastics, as also the championship on badminton, a huge, great international tournament dedicated to Ukrainian wrestlers, which gathered the biggest number of participants than anywhere before. This shows that athletes are hungry. They have not been taking part in international face-to-face competitions for a year now. We have had competitions in volleyball among women, and other people from other countries are taking part in this. A European Cup on triathlon took place here, biathlon as well, archery, and we plan to hold international competitions on jumping into water and on sports gymnastics, and corresponding to the demands or requirements of every sports federation, these competitions will be held, and I am proud of the fact that our international sporting institutions are given a very, very high degree of assessment to the efforts of our ministry. 31 days is left before the games are launched. As of today, Ukrainian sportsmen have 135 licenses to compete. We think that there will be 150. Of course, all these problems could not but impact on licensing, obtaining licenses, because almost 150 of our claimants to licenses were ill with COVID. Some of them could not renew their applications. However, people from almost all the regions of our Ukrainian country will represent our country at the Olympics. Track and field, archery, shooting, gymnastics will be competed for by Ukrainian sports women and sportsmen. Next year we will celebrate 75 years since Ukraine started to participate in the Olympic Games. We have something to be proud of. We, Ukrainian sports women and sportsmen, have won more than 620 medals. As Anatoly said, we should be sure that when we award the heroes of the sporting year, we have people to be proud of. And to make focus in the sports is an unsatisfactory matter. I tell you, we will bring home everything that we will win during the competitions. And on the part of the state, everything was done for our sportsmen to compete successfully. So what has to be done by our sportsmen and coaches is to lean on what was done by the state. We are hoping that we will get a lot of positive emotions because of your performance, and wish you health and the support of the program presented today by the President, and we have to become active participants in this program.
Thank you, Nina. Now I would like to give the floor to Irina Deryugina, who will also go to Tokyo. She will be, yes, this will be the 11th Olympic Games for me, 11th. Tokyo will not surprise us. The president of the gymnastics. I listened about Shakhtar, and I can tell that Shakhtar, Deryugina School, these are the sports brands with which Ukraine is associated. And I'm proud that people gave us this name, Deryugin School, 3 generations. Albina Deryugina, I am the 2nd generation, Risha is the 3rd generation, my daughter. We continue to develop the brand of Deryugins, and we do everything to make it popular in the world and in Ukraine. I would like to say that we have 24 regions of Ukraine still have gymnastics. It's very difficult to promote it all, but we continue to do so. What I would like to say, the gymnastics, go in for gymnastics means a big investment for parents, because gymnastics gives you health and gives life and health to children. It opens up beauty. It gives a lot so that after gymnastics you can even go into different sports, like some go to judo or some other sports. We value that we are taking care, we are preserving our sportsmen who graduated from our school, and they continue to work as coaches. And this Deryugin school is different from other schools in the world, and it's different in its stylistics and beauty. The rules change, the Olympic Games go on, but our style is preserved all over the world. I would like to say that, for example, the first gymnast, Alexandra Timoshenko, she was quite unique. She came when she was 11, and she said that the doctor advised her to go to gymnastics. She had arthritis, a very serious disease. Today, such child would be prescribed to stay at home. This person, this child, in 10 years, in 1992, became an Olympic champion. And there are many cases like that. Children who come to us, they have some problems, but gymnastics makes these children healthy. Ukrainian gymnastics makes its contribution into developing of this sport. Among our champions, Alexandra Timoshenko, Oksana Skaldina had a bronze medal, Katerina Serebryanska-Vitrichenko in 1996, silver and bronze, Tamara Yerofeeva, Anna Bessonova, 2004, 2008 bronze medals. Natalia Godunkova participated in Olympics. Anna Rizadinova, who's present here, she received bronze medal in 2016. And I'm proud that our school, our brand, opens up new brands of Anna Rizadinova, other gymnasts, Anna Bessonova, and these people become the ambassadors of culture. I would like to say that, very often girls are taken to gymnastics and boys to football, but that helps a lot if you go in for gymnastics, not just for results, but this beauty, the culture will stay with the woman for all her life. And we did a lot. In 1992, we launched the project Derugina Cup. All that was because my mother, Albina Nikolaevna, was 60, and we organized it. And now, this is probably the longest in time. Maybe there's no older type of a competition in Ukraine than ours. And we have many small children who compete. We expand our geography. Many countries come. Up to 40 countries participate in our tournaments. And I believe that's very important for children to be healthy, because gymnastics is the only female sport. Of course, there are countries where men also go in for rhythmic gymnastics, but in the whole world, it's more like for females. I would like to thank on the 15th of March 2002, Albina Nikolaevna was awarded with the Order of the Hero of Ukraine. She created the school. We continue, we develop it, and it is impossible to develop sports without the support of the authorities, and I would like to thank the government. Last year, the situation was very difficult. The Olympic Games were cancelled. There was the situation when you didn't want to do anything, and it happened so that European Union supported us, and we decided to hold the European Championship. We were the only ones last year who did it. After us, there was a World Championship held in Turkey, but that was in sports gymnastics. Then badminton was mentioned. All these rules were developed by us also in 2020. It was difficult to accumulate people, to get people accumulated. People got sick. People were under stress all the time. Some didn't want, others wanted a lot. And we managed to do it because we were supported by the ministry, by our minister. He was very active. He even helped us during the European Championship. And that is what helped us survive. If we didn't hold this championship, it would be very difficult to have our children ready for Olympic Games. Nina said that all is starving, basically, and want to participate in some games. Psychologically, it's very difficult for people. It's very difficult for sportsmen. It's difficult to do it all. But I'm pleased to say that probably for the first time in life, the whole world was watching our European Championship. It was very important for us. What else I would like to share? The broadcasting was with very high rating, and this sport is unique because all are watching it. People support it a lot, people love it a lot. Rhythmic gymnastics has plenty of fans all over the world, and in Ukraine especially because Ukrainian gymnasts are very original. Okay, I understand. I have to finish up. I am proud that I allowed the generations to have dreams. Thank you, Irina Derugina. We'll be supporting ours. I was present at this championship. It was wonderful. Thank you for succeeding in that, despite this difficult year and a half. Olga Danko, member of Commission Entourage Athlete. First of all, I would like to thank my colleagues that they talked about sport from the point of view of sport management. I would like to talk about the influence of sport on the reputation of the country, starting from children. Why children go in for sports? Did you think about that? Maybe some would say, I want to be stronger, I want to be more skillful. I, as a mother of 3 children, can tell you it's not so. Children go into sports because they want to be like Artem Почтарев, Ganna Rizadinova. They want to be like our sports stars. And the sport heroes, they have not just the role of motivators. Our sport heroes, that's emotional trigger for the society to get united. There's an interesting research, like if in the family my husband has some achievement and I have an achievement, then we perceive it as our family achievement. The same we can feel when we emotionally support a sportsman or a team. We sincerely share their victory, and we are happy because this sportsman achieved something, and that is how all Ukrainians support our national heroes. And that's a very strong emotion that unites the nation. Just remember what you felt when Andriy Shevchenko received the golden ball, or when Svitolina won the cup, when the young fencers got the gold at the Olympic Games. The whole Ukraine got happy. And I'm sure that thanks to this program, we will applaud many, many times, because today we are creating the foundation for the health of our nation. But back to the question why people go in for sports. Many say, this way I avoid the problems of today. For many, it's just a family tradition. My father was going in for sports and I will. But many say, I want to be part of a special community, the community of sportsmen. And this feeling, being part of this community, is generated during the sports competitions. When the child participated in sports competition, the child returns a different personality. I talked to the director of one children's sports school who made research how the children competition in rhythmic gymnastics influences the fact how many new girls will come to this section. But what happens after Ukraine organizes the championship on badminton in September? We will see many newcomers to badminton. What will happen after 25 Cups of Derugina? How much more popular we make these sports? The sports event is an opportunity to fill in the information space for almost half a year. First, we talk about preparation and then about holding the event. And that is not an advertisement, it's an information contest. So about the badminton match on Gaverla Mountain, and also about the anthem that was composed by Potap and sang by Michel Andrada. That is what is widely discussed. So that is how we influence the audience. When the country organizes some event, such country creates the agenda in the global information space. There is such a term, sport washing. It's when the country can communicate its positive news. And for example, this happens because of some international sports event. You can fight against stereotypes related to the country, or you can open up how touristically attractive the region is. Also, there was Kobretsky's research that the sports results are the most effective influence on the prestige of the country. The countries which achieved success in some sport events, they are standing much higher in the ratings of national brands. And that is related to the fact that international sport gives us access to wider global audience, which hears about us. And let's not forget about our internal audience. Euro 2012, badminton championship, rhythmic gymnastics championship that were held in Kiev. Just recollect how strong this potential impact was. We were proud that Ukraine was able to show its beauty, and we were proud of our powerful country. International sports events are a very effective method of international diplomacy, and also they are effective instrument of national branding. And the advantages of sports events are related to the economic growth of the region. Nielsen Company made an analysis on how Australia Open tournament influenced the region. Economic effect from that was almost $3 billion within 10 years. And if the Olympic Games in Tokyo had been cancelled, then the economy of Japan would lose almost 2% of its GDP a year. And the competitions also form a huge infrastructure around them. Is it worth investing a lot of money into one event? The answer is yes, but it should be planned in advance, and such large-scale sport events are to be included into the long-term strategy of the country. And then infrastructure will be multifunctional. The heritage from sports events will be much longer than the event itself. And today, thanks to the program Healthy Ukraine, we have all the chances to organize many more sport events in Kiev, in Ukraine. You've heard about this championship on badminton, or the rhythmic gymnastics championship was assessed highly internationally. So there is the support of the state, we can do it, and we need to tell everyone, let's go ahead to victories. Thank you. Sergei Kanyushok, the president of the Federation of Strongmen in Ukraine, one of the strongest men of the planet. That's true. Thank you, Anatoly. Yes. Finally, I can stand up. Do whatever you want, I know you. I hope that all of you had a good lunch, because it will be long and boring. If you want, you can stand up and move a little bit. Let's stand up. Okay. Let's make this little gymnastics. Do it like that. Now, everyone, just applaud to yourself. Great. So, now to sum up our today's panel, I would like to say that how important sport events are for the state. That's what I would like to talk about. That's coffee. Large sport events could be divided into three big clusters: Olympic Games and global international events, and we need to recollect big, powerful competitions like Anatoly, you mentioned New York Marathon, 60,000 people. Just imagine, 60,000 people get to New York, all get together, all communicate, all compete and enjoy. And that happens annually. Same true is with Tour de France, Giro d'Italia. A lot of attention is paid to that. Large sports events which attract masses of people and clients of sports events. Sport exhibitions and fitness conventions also attract many people. The biggest exhibition in Western Europe, FIBO, in Germany, in Cologne, it takes place every year, and it's 50,000 square meters of exhibition area. And that's in exchange between business and the fitness industry. Also, there's IRSA in the US, a big convention, Rimini in Italy, where all fitness enthusiasts get together. And these are dozens of thousands of people. And sports festivals, one of the best examples is Arnold Classic, the festival organized by Arnold Schwarzenegger, and again, and the Central Festival is held annually in Haia in March, and there are more than 45 sports there, and more than 70,000 participants, sportsmen participate in it. And also, these comprehensive festivals allow the audience to get united, and there's a lot of cross-marketing taking place there. Why the sport events are the incentive for the development of the country. First of all, it allows to develop sports tourism. Thousands of people come to the country, they leave money. One client of this event leaves about 500, 700 euros per event, and all this money go to pay taxes, to support entrepreneurial activities. So that helps develop the country. Specialists, experts, big sports events give an impetus to developing the cluster of high quality experts in the sphere of sports and fitness. And investment attractiveness and also enhancing the image of the country. And Ola gave an example of Australia Open. There are non-successful examples, but we need to look at positive cases. I would like to remind you of Olympic Games in Seoul in 1980, when, because these games were organized so well, according to the World Bank, the GDP of the Southern Korea was 178, and in 91 it was 380 billion. So basically it wasn't because the Olympic Games were held, but because so many people came to this sports event, many people who are influential in their country. They saw how investment attractive the country is, and of course the government prepared very well the picture of their country for the Olympic Games, and thanks to the investments, the GDP of the country was doubled in 10 years, and we need to remember that before we organize big sports events like World Championships, European Championships, or Olympic Games. And we believe that Ukraine should become the innovation fitness hub of Europe. Ukraine is very well geographically located. We are in the center of Europe. Logistically, it's very easy for people from different parts of Europe to get to our country. I believe there should be 4 or 5 regular big sports events happening in our country, which will be held in different regions of Ukraine. One sports festival, one big marathon, triathlon, regular, as Irina mentioned, regular Derugin Cups that becomes the mecca for rhythmic gymnastics for the whole world and for European region as minimum. So why we are so optimistic? In traditional markets, it's difficult to compete. I mean, machine building, hydrocarbons, it's difficult for us to compete. But when it comes to innovation market, when not all the niches are occupied, Ukraine has plenty of chances. Like IT industry, our IT specialists are the best ones in the world. They work in many international IT companies, and sport marketing and sport market could become also very attractive for the whole world. And this program, Active Parks, is a vanguard in the world. And there's no comprehensive program like that anywhere in the world. It's innovational and new thing, and that is why it would be very logical to organize a tournament and comprehensive festival, Arnold Classic in Kiev. We have worked on that, and Yulia, director of the department, and Vadim Markovich as a minister, we have discussed this. What would be the advantages of this concept? Again, logistically, Kiev is a very good location so that many participants can come here. The brand is well known. Till Arnold is healthy and strong. We all know that, and we save on PR and on communications. That's the brand which comes to our country. And then all others would like to come to us. We also know that Arnold his attitude to Ukraine is very good, and also what could become one of the sports magnets. This could be one of the sports magnets for our state. Thank you, thank you. We are waiting for Arnold Classic in Kyiv. This will be a big event. Thank you, all the participants. Thank you, friends. We wish you health, and we support our sportsmen everywhere. Thank you.
Дякуємо усім учасникам і за мить буде...
We thank all the participants, and in a moment we will start the last discussion of this forum, which will be about healthy way of life.
Яскравими, смачними і корисними. Із 1 вересня такими стравами годуватимуть школярів у їдальнях. Перша леді України Олена Зеленська презентувала нову систему здорового харчування у школах. Меню розраховано на 4 тижні. Містить 160 страв. Передбачає включення до раціону більшої кількості овочів, фруктів і м'яса, а також дієтичні страви. Дітям готуватимуть популярні страви різних кухонь світу. На тепер нове шкільне меню доступне на сайті МОЗ. Невдовзі в Україні з'явиться інформаційна платформа про здорове харчування. Здоров'я людини залежить від багатьох факторів. Від спадковості, від стану довкілля, від рівня медицини. І на цілих 60%, за даними ВООЗ, здоров'я людини залежить від способу життя, від сну, харчування, ранкової гімнастики чи вечірньої пробіжки. Усе це і складає наше «я» – і фізично, і ментально. Як держава дбає про здоров'я нації? Дізнайся на всеукраїнському форумі «Україна-30». Це всеукраїнський форум «Україна-30», і ми розпочинаємо...
This is Ukraine 30 forum, and we start the next discussion. We'll talk about healthy way of life, and I would like to give the floor to Oksana Goodside, who you know already. And you saw the exercises. I wish you fruitful discussion. For all who are interested in healthy way of life, I am Oksana Goodside. I am the ICTV anchor. I am mother of 2 children, and I am the wife of the Minister of Youth and Sports, Vadim Goodside here. I am not like a bronze medal, bronze winner of Olympic Games. I am not to promote the physical education in schools as my friend Sasha Pidan. Luckily, I have nothing to do with drugs and alcohol addiction, and that is what Anna Mishchenko will be talking about. I'm just as a regular person from Ukrainian society. I'm just a popular person, and I may influence public opinion.
I'll tell you honestly that I think that the style of life of every one of us was formed when we were kids. You know, I emphasize that I dreamed of being a champion back in my childhood. Really, we were watching with all our family how the pole vaulter Sergei Bubka was jumping, and we were all very happy when he won. When we saw Alexandra Timoshenko, Marina Lobach, I wanted to be like they were, strong and beautiful. I wanted to go to the carpet and everyone wanted to would applaud me. I'm a girl from Kharkiv. Where was I seeing this? On TV. We saw figure skating, gymnastics, and this incredible story, love story between Irina Deryugina and Oleg Blokhin. And we understood that in order to have something like this, you should be truthful, you should go in for sports. And by the way, my love story is inseparable from sport because we made acquaintances with my future husband at a World Sports Congress. And if we go back to the popularization of sports, I would like to quote your interview shortly, briefly. And Anya said once, regrettably, I became mega popular only after I took part in television shows, not after I have worked for 10 years in the training hall, in the gym. And I want our athletes to be known when they defend the honor of the country, but not when they go to the television show. And I, of course, know many athletes, but when I come to my channel, I tell my colleagues the names, the kinds of sports, the competitions, because people do not know. They do not know the sportsmen and women who work out in the gym from morning till dawn, from evening till dawn, from dawn till evening. We have to change this. We have to make our sporting stars more famous than our restaurant celebrities. We should film them. And now, due to the program of the President, Ukraine 30 and Healthy Ukraine, and due to my husband, whom I am proud of, sports news are coming back to leading television channels, and not only football, but other sports broadcasts are coming back to television. They are not very popular, and Alexandra will, of course, tell us that television is all about popularity. But here we have to see the clear-cut position of the management, that they are not chasing after money, but they are aware of their social responsibility, that they put they should run news about sports in prime time, and one of the examples is ICTV, the channel where I work. As far as my personal example is concerned, I would not speak in terms of or here. You know, because this is a fashionable trend now, and why these popular people are now popularizing it, the so-called average people look at them and they want to be similar to them. But of course, I would not be confined to the internet here, because very many people do not have pages on social networks or internet. So you should do more and more of this on television. Yes, we should show that you should run or train as Sasha Pedano, Anatoly Anatolyevich, or as the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, do exercises, or as Anna eat correctly. And I would like to see an inclination to television here. Also, I'm watching how Daria Biladid is preparing for the Olympic Games. This is incredible. A slender girl, but when she has such a load. Same as Vlada Nikolchenko, they are training from morning till evening, and they cannot eat and they do it in order for our banner, for our flag to be raised, for our hymn to be played. That's why our support and the support of our celebrities is necessary and obligatory for our sporting stars. But what is even more important, when they finish their career, we have to help them find themselves in a new world. And now I pass the word to Hanna Rizadinova, who was a high-class sportswoman, and she found enough strength to not to get lost, but to find herself in the new circumstances of life. Hello, I'm going to talk about motivation as a driver of progress in sports. It's not in vain for that I chose these topics, because I think that whatever you do without motivation, it is impossible to achieve success, especially in professional sport. When I came to engage in modern rhythmic calisthenics, I remember this was the first day in Simferopol, and I was told that I don't fit there at all. The legs are not as long as possible, as needed, and you look not quite well. And during my first sporting day, when I was 5 years old, I faced some difficulties, but I so wanted to engage in calisthenics that I started, although at that moment no one could imagine that something will come out of this. But I had an incredible motivation. It appeared because I saw a girl who came to our Simferopol gym, and everyone stood still. I could not understand what was happening. When I came back home, I asked my parents, who was this girl? Why such a reaction? My dad told me that this was Katerina Serebryanska, an Olympic champion of Atlanta in 1996, who made our country glorious in the international arena, who reached an incredible success. At that moment, I understood I want the same. I want to be a star of a global level. I want to raise our flag. And from this moment, my path has started, even when I thought that I'm not where I should have been and that I should change the kind of sports that I'm involved with. Motivation was inspiring me, and I continued. Now I'm talking to our younger generation quite a lot, and I think there's quite a problem. When I ask girls, why do you go in for our kind of sport? Not a single can answer me. Why? What's the motivation? What's the aim? They cannot. This is terrible because I do not understand how you can go to the gym to a training without a motive. We are living in the times when the motivation for children is TikTok and Instagram. I think that our task as athletes and the task of the entire country is to pull the kids off the gadgets, away from the gadgets, and make them know our heroes, their faces. Katya Serebranska, then Hanna Bessonova were my idols, they were my examples. I think that such examples should be there for our younger generation so that they want to raise our flag. And we, the entire country, should tell everyone that sport is health, sport is beauty, sport is self-realization. And I think that the mission of every athlete is to pass on their experience, to tell people, to conduct master classes, to tell everyone that you should engage in sports. And I thank the project Sport in Ukraine so that our country is sporting, so that sport becomes a public and state priority. This should be a huge step. And now about the public sports, we'll talk to Alexander Pedan. So we'll talk about motivation, how to take kids from alcoholic and drugs, addiction. So I invite here Anna Mishchenko. She is co-director of the project of the Ukrainian Institute of the Future.
I will be talking about the importance of sports and attention to minors. I would like to show you a piece of video that we made last week. It's about children and their attitude to drugs today. I tried the drugs 2 years ago. That was just of interest. Even close friends tried, and I had such desire. I could try drugs when I was 16. In our world, drugs, it's not the way to find friends, but it's for enjoyment. The teenagers, they have no understanding whether drugs are just grass or no grass, and it's easy to get access of drugs. Drugs, that's normal. Narcotics is normal. So, I would like to say that for many teenagers in Ukraine, there is an understanding that drugs, narcotics, that's normal. It's not just about narcotics as a chemical substance, but it could be alcohol. In bigger cities, according to our survey, it's twice easier to buy drugs for a minor than alcohol. Talking about small towns, it's alcohol. Now you see almost every teenager in our video says that drugs is normal. Is that normal? We made a national survey and we realized that in Ukraine almost 7 million people have relatives with alcohol or drug addiction. 50% of them are aggressive. These are people who steal, who do some violent things. So if we have such an experience that children think that drugs are normal, and when they become adults, I don't understand what will be normal next years. According to surveys conducted in Ukraine 2 years ago, every fifth teenager tried drugs, or at least once a week consumes alcohol. That is what I was talking about. According to our survey, it was online. It cannot be considered absolutely representative, but it's twice easier to buy drugs in big towns, cities than alcohol. To buy alcohol, you have to explain to a saleswoman why you buy it. To buy drugs, you don't need to do anything. You don't need to explain anything, just you need to have a phone. In Ukraine, there's no answer to the question what should be done. We analyzed all the legislation. We met with different ministers who this or that way deal with children, and we understand that there's no answer to the question what should be done. The age of the first address to the rehabilitation center is 9 years. The average age of children who consume is 12 years old. I believe that we need to we need to organize lessons for children who have the problem of addiction or may soon have this problem. Only some clubs after classes and attention to children could really address this issue. The project I'm talking about is implemented on the basis of the Ukrainian Institute of the Future. We work in 4 areas. That's children's addiction, medicine, treatment facilities, and legislation. I want you all to understand that there's no answer to a question what to do in Ukraine. There's no mechanism in Ukraine, especially for children, how to give a chance to a child, how to and what to do with this problem. We know from the international experience that the situation could be changed if enough attention is paid to children. I believe that it's a problem of loneliness when it comes to children. If you want to learn about our project, here's the website, and I would like to give the floor to the next speaker. And he's working on the issue of beyond the classes.
Alexander Padan, a TV presenter and public figure and leader of the public organization Junior 2. Okay, let's try to be positive. There are 2 directions that I represent. I am an opinion leader, a person who works on TV. I am a blogger, so I have the entire range of whatever kids and not only kids see including TikTok, where I and my daughter generate cool content, and this tells us that people should be oftener with their kids, and even if TikTok helps you in this, you should play according to the kids' rules. I think that those conscious people, woke people who have some leaders in their minds, these are actors, musicians, bloggers, they should be responsible before everyone who sees them. Well, all my social pages, without any exception, have socially useful content. And as Oksana said, that if I am running, then I show a story about this. And when I climb the mountain, I show that this is accessible, that this is easy. Same as when I ride a snowboard. This is my choice to show what and of course I do not publicize, advertise alcohol or tobacco. So the healthy way of life of opinion leaders, and so that they are not shy to show this. Oh yes, we have video. Let's see what Junior Z is doing. This is how we are changing the system of physical training in schools.
Окей, дякую. Можна поаплодувати нам приємно. Ми 4 роки волонтери.
Let's have some clapping. We've been volunteers for 4 years now. What is Junior Z? What people can do. And I'm talking about every person. You don't have to be a star. I'm talking about our public social responsibility. 4 years ago, I had a son born, and I understood that I want to do something useful. We had a group of activists who said that we will be trying. We created a public association Junior Z, and what we are doing, we are meeting teachers in schools. At the moment, we have 7 federations, 7 different kinds of sports. Some of them are Olympic, some not, who wanted to meet children halfway, but for some reason they were not allowed to join the school program, but they have everything to make people like the physical training. And we do everything so that kids may get to know what physical activity, moving activity is, not the sport. You know, we as parents pay taxes for our kids to study at schools, and we often forget about our children's rights. And we have an absolute right to show our children different kinds of sports, and so that they become masters in it. And we arranged that 7 new kinds of sports appeared during our PT lessons, in addition to football and volleyball, which we are already used to. These are 7 ideal sports for contemporary youth, because they are gender equal. You would not believe it, but for boys and girls equally, the presence of another gender during the lesson is the biggest motivation to go and take part in the physical training. We have kosh ball, where 2 girls and 2 boys compete in every team. We have contactless rugby, again with we have floorball, a Swedish game, analog of hockey, with a small ball weighing only 25 grams, and girls and boys can play together. We have cheerleading, and this is probably a dream of every girl, so that they have cheerleading against some boring normatives. And we also have a very simple play which a French pensioner invented, so that they can throw balls. Easy accessibility and entry. You've seen probably some cases when 2 girls professionally play football, and they can outplay every other person in the class, including girls. So there's no motivation for those who are being outplayed. And of course, people, friends, we have to motivate parents, and parents should be examples for their kids to go in for sports. And the statistic says that in 70 and more % of cases, if parents do not go in for sports, but then kids do not do it as well. I remind you that I started to run because my dad used to run. I was watching him, and then I started to run. As far as our PT instructors in schools are concerned, we gather them all together and show them the new kinds of sports. They understand that this is contactless, safe, that this is easy, that you don't have to very much learn. And now with the Ministry of Education, and this is not your specialized ministry, because we do not work with schools, yes. So we are working on the right to choose the kind of sport when people go to PT instructions, so that people are not imposed the norms, like we play basketball for 2 months and then we pass some norms, exams. When they come to the lesson and they are being told, you choose cheerleading, floorball, basketball, or whatever, then kids get the desire to go to PT lessons. We have to take all the grades 5 to a lesson and divide them into groups, not like we have now, like grade 2 and grade 9, because this is just dangerous. We have a memorandum signed with UNICEF, with the Ministry of Education of Ukraine. We do such festivals as you have shown. We have seen that sports can and must be interesting. Of course, the sports of high achievement should be there. This is an example for kids to where they should go. But we are for massive involvement sports, which will give birth to champions. And some talented kids who are a bit more insistent, they will become champions later, but we have to involve everyone. So during our games with kids, we arrange it so that everyone is a winner. We don't have just one step on the pedestal. Everyone gets a diploma, everyone gets a medal. And of course, it happens so that we have 3 leagues: gold, silver, and bronze leagues. You have bronze, you are a cool kid. And with my own example, I show that you should unite, amalgamate adults, parents, teachers, ministries. We should all understand that everything depends on us. And I am running to link up with UNICEF, but your presentation has been uploaded. Any questions to our beautiful girls? But I think that we have quite broadly and deeply spoken, and I think you have the image, the idea of what we strive at. Thank you very much. This is the end of day 1.